I can dodge a jab. What's happening, YouTube? How y'all doing? Welcome to Sunday dinner. Appreciate y'all being here on time. I'm just trying to make sure that everything is working appropriately before I let the people in. Looks like we are live and cooking. So do me a favor, if you're watching this for the first time, let me know down in the comments. Give me a one in the comments if it's your first time checking us out on YouTube here at Sunday Dinner. You can always join us over on Sunday Dinner. If you go to urbanintellectuals.com/Sunday Dinner, you can register and then show up each and every Sunday as we engage the community and have these discussions. I'm about to let the crowd in, and we're going to have a good discussion. All right, all right, all right. Greetings, everybody. Appreciate you joining us today. How y'all doing this afternoon? Get my waiting room all set up. Hey, Josette, did I get that right? I just see you there. I appreciate you. And being on camera. Thank you. Hey, Deborah, how you doing? Appreciate y'all turning the cameras on. Hey, Lenora, how you doing? Always appreciate you being here. Grandma was looking for y'all, so just good y'all here today. I ain't want to say nothing. I ain't got to embarrass nobody, as they say. Yeah, y'all, if y'all are in a good space, turn your cameras on. Let's see one another. Let's engage and continue to build. We're going to have a great day. Today, I am, let me get my stuff together. Y'all know how it goes. I'll be on the last second. Hey, Brother Grady. Cecilia, how you doing today? All right, Queen Kai is in the building. Hey, Queen, how you doing? Rhonda, appreciate you joining us. Cecilia, you got to unmute. What's going on? You in the hospital? What's happening, sis? Are you okay? Let us know you're okay. The Pharaohs are here. Hey, Zonda.
I'm in a rehab center.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Working on my breathing and endurance.
Okay.
Long COVID. So,
Oh,
but
wow.
yeah. So I'll be here for a while till I
Okay.
get it together. Till the Medicare runs out.
Okay, well, hopefully you get out of there before that happens and hopefully feel better. So we give you
Well,
some.
I'm pretty sure I'll have a miraculous recovery shortly before the money runs out.
Right, right. I guess that's the par for the course, right? They're saying they're praying for you in
Yeah.
the
Okay. Thank
comments.
you.
So we hope you feel better. Hey, greetings to the Pharaohs. I see them in the building. Y'all know it
Brother
is
Freddie.
Sankofa Children Tuesday. Tuesday. Where did that come from? Sunday. All right. But I
Brother
just want to
Fred.
get things going. Hey, good brother, what's happening?
Yeah, this brother Grady Brown, man. I don't know if you heard or not, but St. Louis, man, we took a hell of a hit from Mother Nature on Friday. And that whole well, most of the St. Louis region got hit pretty hard. But ironically, the city north side where the black working class, what we call home, got hit the most. And FEMA's supposed to be setting up shop starting tomorrow in the black community, but we'll see how that goes. But
Okay.
I sent a email to the mayor, the new elected mayor, Carl Spence, and the governor, and with my concerns of being just towards our people, because when we get hit with a natural disasters, they seem to treat us like animals. And my main concern are the rich white boy developers coming in, particularly to the north side. This is something they've been praying to happen anyway, that we get hit with a devastating natural disaster so they can come in and buy up the property and force us out. So, yeah, we dealing with our own little Katrina in St. Louis.
Mm.
The only difference is, there was no broken levees, and also we don't know what the accurate body count is in terms of people who lost their lives.
Mm.
But I plan on visiting St. Louis either tomorrow or Tuesday, take care of some business, and definitely I got to go by my old stomping grounds, North St. Louis, and to see them damages for myself, my brother. So y'all keep us in y'all prayers. And all eyes on St. Louis, particularly North St. Louis, in terms of how they gonna move. I'm bracing, man, because I do see that old evil eminent domain coming, man, because there was a lot of homes damaged. And
Yeah.
we're poor working class people, so getting that money together would be kind of obstacle. So I hope we unite together, black folks in St. Louis, by somebody, remember I said before, man, some of my engineers and doctors and lawyers that grew up in the hood and graduated from these colleges, definitely need to come back home. And if it's anybody on this line right now, of our people that's a doctor, engineer, grief counselor, because we need that. Man, y'all, come on down to St. Louis because we need y'all. Peace. I'm gonna be listening today, brother.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you for that. We got open discussion coming up. So we can dive into that, but definitely prayers up for St. Louis. I guess I did see something about I mean, I guess it was pretty bad. Obviously, it was pretty bad, right? So hopefully everything works out with that. But I'm glad you're being diligent and thinking about it and considering all of that. But let me get my opening intros out of the way so we can get our today again, the Sankofa Club Sunday. There we go. Because they didn't come last week. It was Mother's Day. So we wanted to give them time to spend with their families before they come and engage us here. So we're going to dive into that at the top of the show. But let me cue up my music, kick things off, and then we'll dive into turn it over to the Sankofa children. After I got a couple of updates, y'all know I always got something I got to say, right? Grandma been cooking all day, y'all. So a lot going on. Let's dive in and start Sunday dinner. Here we go. What is that over there? There we go. I just need to get that out the way.
Urban intellectuals.
Open your eyes.
Urban intellectuals. Yeah. In a world that's unjust, I'm screaming, we love us. Equipped with knowledge, we are dangerous. In a world that's unjust, I'm screaming, we love us. Equipped with knowledge, we are dangerous. Yo, you got the power in the palm of your hands. I mean, literally, 52 flashcards, all about black history. They focus on success and less about misery. Information is the missing piece. Are you familiar with Black Wall Street or the Haitian Revolution? How about Angela Davis or Huey Newton? Mark Dean helped create IBM. Richard Wright was a poet. Have you ever heard of him? Get familiar with your culture. Women like Evelyn Granville probably paid the way for Oprah. I'm trying to be fly like Miss Bessie Coleman or like James Baldwin. I could be a spokesman. Man, the power of the black fist. What you know about the 68 Olympics? Dick Gregory, yeah, he kept it realer than most. Dr. King was instilling the hope. Let's keep it going.
Open your eyes.
Open your eyes and welcome to Sunday dinner, right? I'm gonna keep trying to play that. We're gonna make this like an anthem. It's gonna be a thing at some point, right? Maybe we expand it and do us a hip-hop album centered around positive Black history and culture. I think that'd be great. Let me dive in with mine. Down in the comments, let's just have a little bit of fun. Drop your favorite dish that you remember going to grandma's house. Somebody do me a favor and drop sweet potato pie down there in the comments. Thank you. I appreciate you. But these conversations are important and the history is critical. The experiences are important because you start to understand the weight of expectation. I'll say that the weight of expectation on us as a people in the community. We're having important conversations just like that and many more at Sunday dinner. You got your invitation. Conversations for the soul. This is what we're doing every Sunday here at Urban Intellectuals. My name is Freddie Taylor. I'm the CEO and founder of Urban Intellectuals, and I'm your host, inviting you to Grandma's table at Sunday's dinner. You remember going to Grandma's house, don't you? The nostalgia of going to grandma's house, right? If y'all went to grandma's house, and you better act right when you get up in grandma's house, right? So we are here at grandma's house reconvening the family, right? I think this is part of where we've gone astray, right? As a community, we've lost connection with our family structure. So rather than whine about it and cry about it, let's come together and talk about it and start to reconnect our community members who are ready, willing, and able, right, to have these discussions, to engage in learning and developing together and moving the needle, right, on ourselves, our families, our communities, and eventually the diaspora. Listen, we feel like the company that has brought you Black history and culture with our Black History flashcards, our educational tools, our courses, and even our travel experiences is perfectly positioned to have this conversation. That's why we're doing it at Sunday Dinner. This is your official invite. Go ahead and click the link and register. Look, Grandma already been looking for you and asking about you. I ain't want to say nothing, but you're already here. Click the link, register. See you at Sunday Dinner. I love it. Welcome to Sunday Dinner, y'all. Grandma been in the kitchen all day cooking up something special, cooking up some great conversation for you and some delectable desserts for you as well, right? But we're going to kick it off early with our Sankofa Club members. So we're going to dive into that in just a second. I see y'all I see my sweet potatoes in there and sweet potato pie and peach cobbler and mac and cheese. I saw a St. Louis comment in here. Homemade biscuits, fig jams, upside down pineapple cake. Y'all, boy, we're going to have to start getting some actual food around here on Sunday dinners. My favorite dish, grandma homemade biscuits. All right, my St. Louis grandma made chocolate cake. I love that. Homemade rolls, collard greens, turnip greens. I love it. Turkey legs and cabbage, cornbread. Y'all making me hungry for real. God willing, Fred, I love to travel with you guys. Brother Grady, it's gonna happen at some point. But I appreciate y'all being here. I want to dive into some of the conversation, but I gotta ask number one, like, who's new here? Give me a one in the comments if this is your first time for Sunday dinner. Somehow you stumbled into this space, and we appreciate you being here. Hopefully you never leave again, right? Grandma been looking for you, and we ain't wanna call you out, but we glad that you made it. And she ain't gonna say nothing. Y'all know how she is. She's nice and she's polite and kind. I can't figure out how to turn. I don't know where y'all went. What happened to y'all on Zoom? There we go. All right, yeah, okay, we got some ones. All right, so thank you for joining us. Welcome to Sunday Dinner. We appreciate you. Grandma found me. I'm back. Tammy, I ain't want to say that. I'm glad you're here, but she said she had a special piece, special surprise for you for just being here. So make sure you see her before you exit today. But no, we enjoy y'all being here. We don't have physical food for the belly, but we have wonderful conversation for the soul and the spirit. And we're going to warm that up with our Sankofa children here at the top. But before we do, y'all can see I got my stuff going on over here. And I saw somebody say, hey, is that We Love Us is what we call that song that I opened up with. It is on YouTube. I'll have to get you the link for that. I will do that. But all of this pertains to that ain't it. Pertains to our social network. So y'all know Urban Intellectuals always has a lot going on here around in our community, or as we call it, our universe. So we have a universe. Sankofa Universe is our social network. So if you go to urbanintellectuals.com/universe, you can sign up and join. And then you can join our May challenge. We got a leaderboard challenge going on. We're giving away gifts for the people at the top of the leaderboard, where the people at the top of the leaderboard, the top 10 enter into a drawing. And we're giving away a few gifts inside of the Urban Intellectuals world. So y'all check that out. Make sure you just comment and engage. All you have to do is comment and engage with the community. But, y'all know what it is, man. These other platforms are censoring our language, our communication, our reach, censoring our conversations. There are things that need to be said that we can't say on someone else's platform. And I wouldn't be a Garveyite if I didn't believe in owning the communication between us. So I definitely believe in ownership. And I want to own the conversation between us so that we don't got to step and fetch around anyone else's rules or algorithms, right? And, is it right? Is it wrong? Why cry about that? Let's just go build our own playground and play ball, right? And that's what we're doing with our Urban Intellectuals universe. So again, you click that link, you can come and join us over there. It's absolutely free. We got about 360 people in there, so trying to get that number up. But I'm not interested in millions and billions of people joining. I'm interested in a small select few that we can start to engage and build with one another, because less is more, right? I do believe in that mantra. So we want you to join us over there. We'll be having more direct conversation and things going on over there. So join us, kick the tires with us, and continue to grow and build with us. Janice, first time is Sunday dinner. I'm hungry and I'm driving, but I am listening. All right, Janice, be careful now. Don't be texting and driving and all that good stuff. But I appreciate y'all joining us. Today is a free fall, right? So I know there's a lot going on in our community. There's a lot going on in our minds, and especially following after the Sankofa children come through and rock your minds. We may need to take a moment and digest some more of that information. So I don't want to scurry along to any topics that are on my mind, but I know we got a lot going on in the community. So I wanted to open this space up so that we can have those conversations. Y'all know, if you've been here before, you know that we kind of we carry the gambit of discussions anyway. But this is our opportunity to come together and have these important conversations. I think that this is what's missing in our community. And, a lot of us need to be heard, right? And be involved in the conversation. Hey, if you've been to Sunday dinner 2 or more times, drop a Sunday in the comments. Let the people see that individuals not only come, but they come back. Right, they come back and they enjoy the discussion that we are doing here at Sunday Dinner. So I appreciate that. I would also appreciate you if you share us, right? Don't keep us a secret. You can always share. Let me put that out there. Yeah, y'all can go into your text groups, into your family chats, and share us right now, right? Invite your family and friends to come and join us here at Sunday Dinner. 4th time I saw that. Stealing Carla's idea, I want to connect with folks in my Tampa Bay area. Oh, I love that, right? So, okay, yeah, even in the site, right, we can start to get regional or statewide communication so people start to engage. We can talk and build, but I love that. I got my Sundays rolling through. Great idea, Carla. I love that. Connect with people in your area. Let's continue to grow and build. All right, I'm trying to get out of the way, y'all. Y'all know I always got a lot going on and a lot to say. But we would appreciate you if you join us, right? Continue to join in us, not only here at Sunday Dinner, but there's a lot going on at Urban Intellectuals. One is, well, I'll say this. Let me put this on the table. Sankofa is our principal. So you'll see me talk a lot about Sankofa this, right? So we got the Sankofa Club, which is where our children are coming. We teach live Black history to children inside of the Sankofa Club. We have Sankofa Circle, where we teach live Black history to adults inside of the Sankofa Circle. We have Sankofa Experiences, where we go on Black history travel experiences to Africa and beyond inside of the Sankofa Experiences. We have Sankofa Universe, right? I talked about that. That's our social network. We have Sankofa Speaks. That is our podcast arm of the company. Sankofa Tools, y'all probably familiar with our Black History flashcards, our products, our games, our all of those things. But Sankofa is a really important word here at Urban Intellectuals, and it's from Western Africa, Western Africa, Ghana specifically, the Akan people, and the word means to go back and get it. Go back and get your history, go back and get your culture, and bring it forward with you into the future. So around here, you will hear that word Sankofa a lot, but it is the core principle here at Urban Intellectuals. We believe that that's what we need to do in order to ground our community. And I also forgot the Sankofa Legacy, Sankofa Legacy Builders program. Shout out to all of y'all as well in that program. But that is our core principle, right? We learn from the past to create the future. Learn from the past to create the future. That is the principle of Sankofa and really the center stone of Urban Intellectuals and what we're building here. And we're using that to move forward. All right. I see my people 6. I saw some 4s in there. Some people have rocked with us since the first one. So I definitely appreciate y'all. Peace and blessings, Brother David. Welcome in the building. Will children be able to speak next week or just today? Joanna, once a month, we invite our Sankofa Club to Sunday dinner. So our pharaohs and our queens will come. They'll have an address for the elders. But this is an opportunity for you to get a sneak peek of what the future looks like. A lot of times we talk about the next generation. We talk about the children, they wayward and they not like us and they not doing that. Well, we have some fantastic children inside of the Sankofa Club. And because of the parents, because of Sister Gwen that is on the call, because of Brother Damon that is one of the teachers inside of it, and Tamiko and all of the people at Urban Intellectuals and the parents, right? And the support system of these young people are doing some wonderful things. So we want to give you a glimpse into what that looks like so that you can see, one, that our future is in capable hands is an understatement. Two, for you to know that your children and grandchildren can be a part of something that are creating individuals like this. So we want you to know the type of work that we are doing. So we want you to be able to see it. So any child can't speak at Sunday dinner. They can't ask questions though. Definitely, right? So our pharaohs, our pharaohs and queen are going to present, and then we have a Q&A for them. So definitely the young people, if you got young people around you, please bring them in now, right? I'm about to turn it over to Sister Gwen and allow the young people to start to educate us, but we got to start creating more spaces where we're having intergenerational conversations, right? A lot of times our young people and our young minds, they are locked out of the conversations. They are locked out of sharing their insights and their passions and their interests with the elders. And then, the elders are locked out from these discussions. So we need to start creating more intergenerational conversations, because it's up to all of us, right? We all have to play a role in the liberation of our people, our community, and control of our future. So this is a reflection of that. So with that, Sister Gwen, are you here? I thought I saw you.
Here I am.
There you go. All right. Yeah, thank you, sister. So this, y'all, is Sister Gwen Ebron. She is our lead instructor inside of the Sankofa Club. She's really the heart. Her and Tamiko, y'all know Sister Tamiko is our community manager, but they are really the heartbeat of what's going on. And this little presentation, this snippet of what you're going to see is really the passion of this sister here. She does an amazing job with the young people. I just got nothing but love and respect for this sister and the work that she's done for 35 plus years. I don't know. We've been together so long. That number might be higher now, right?
Yeah. Yes, I've been a counselor and teacher for 38 years, going on 39 years now, but with urban intellectuals for going on 5 years, 5 years
Wow.
in August. So we have been together for a while. So, and it has
Wow.
been
Time
my
flies.
pleasure. Yes, and my pleasure. And going on my first trip to Egypt, excited with urban intellectuals. So this has been a wonderful experience. So you want me to go ahead and introduce
Go for
her?
it. Let me get out of the way.
All righty. Thank you so much. So everyone, good afternoon. We have usually our children, let me rephrase that. Usually the Sankofa Nation presents on the second Sunday, but since last week was Mother's Day, we felt that it would be important to spend time with our mothers. And so the Sankofa Nation, our leaders will be speaking on today, and they will bring some of the things that they were going to speak on last week to you today. The nation was, let me just say quickly, the nation was developed in 2020. So it's a 5-year nation, and we're a micronation, and we have been functioning since then. We have had young queens, and our first ruler was a young queen. The nation picked the name. We have our laws, the Maya. We have our anthem. We have our flag, which is the Sankofa symbol. And so, and we have our rulers, and the nation decided to have kings and queens that rule simultaneously instead of president and vice president. That is a term that the nation has chosen. So we have been functioning for these many years. And so without further ado, I am going to turn over the presentations and everything to our pharaohs. Now, what we normally do, our pharaohs and queens are elected every 3 months. And what we have been doing, we've kind of stopped, but we need to do, when our pharaohs come, we bow. And so I would like to introduce pharaohs Jaden and Peyton, and let us bow.
Good afternoon, Sunday Dinner Elders. Today, we'll start with our introduction. Next, we'll have a very special message for all the mothers. Finally, the queens and pharaohs have some pretty amazing presentations prepared for our Sunday Dinner Elders.
Pharaohs, before you continue on, I just want to say, Freddie, can you make them the focus? And
Oh,
not
I'm sorry. Yes.
okay, yes,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Where did they go?
Just start over again.
There we go. I'm sorry about that. Here we go. Spotlight. Bam.
Good afternoon, Sunday Dinner Elders. Today, we'll start with our introduction. Next, we'll have a very special message for the mothers. Finally, the queens and pharaohs have some pretty amazing presentations prepared for our Sunday Dinner Elders. Good afternoon, in Sao Bona Sunday Dinner Elders. We see you and all your ancestors. We are pharaohs Jaden and Peyton. We recognize and acknowledge our queens AJ and Kaya. We thank our honored elders, keepers of wisdom, and guardians of the path, Mr. Freddie Taylor, Mrs. Ebron, Mr. Damon Tyler, and Mrs. Tamiko Gohan. And before we continue, may we please become co-hosts?
I'm sorry. Did I miss something?
Before we continue, may we please become co-hosts?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right. My bad. I turned my head and I was like, I'm missing something. All right. Co-host. There we go. My apologies.
Last week was Mother's Day. Today, we will table our national address to honor you and share our special message to you. On Mother's Day, we pause in deep gratitude and reflection to honor you, the woman whose strength, resilience, and nurturing spirit has carried generations through time, across lands, and into purpose. In the spirit of Sankofa, we look back to move forward, drawing wisdom from your journeys, stories rooted in survival, love, and unshakable dignity. You are the living bridge between our histories and our futures, the heartbeat of our diaspora. Through struggle and celebration, you've held families, communities, and cultures together with hands that not only build but bless. You have taught us that love is more than a word. It is an act of showing up, holding space, and refusing to give up. You have given us more than we can ever repay. On Mother's Day and every day, we honor you. With deepest appreciation, we see you, we thank you, we love you. Hotep. Queen Kaya, would you like to present first?
Appreciate your chivalrous manners.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, asked to be made co-host.
Can I be a co-host, please?
Done.
Thank you.
Can you see my screen?
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
1 second. Okay. The Land That Black Built, a book by Lamanta Magnese, illustrated by Queen Kaya Ann. This is the land that Black built. This is the ship that was tossed by the sea on an African journey to bring you and me into the land that Black built. This is the man with the ship that was tossed, discovered the natives and ripped them off. This is the land that Black built. This is the plow that no one would push, so farmers were brought from out of the bush into the land that Black built. These are your folks with identities lost, thanks to the man with the ship that was tossed. Now he had a partner all shaven and shorn that owned a field full of cotton and corn. He had plenty money, but for a small cost, purchased the folks with identities lost, here in the land that Black built. This is your father all tattered and torn. He picked the cotton and plucked the corn. Beaten by him, all shaven and shorn, who purchased the folks with identities lost. Thanks to the man with the ship that was tossed, who discovered your people and ripped them off. This is the land that Black built. This is the man that hated and scoffed at all the folks with identities lost. He married a woman as a matter of fact, who did the hanky-panky behind his back. Later he learned her victim was Black, here in the land that Black built. These are your children denied education who later were blamed for ruining the nation, here in the land that Black built. This is the wealthy American child who thought that his mother was Black for a while, the son of the man all shaven and shorn, who beat the man all tattered and torn, the father of them with identities lost, thanks to the man with the ship that was tossed to discover your people and rip them off. This is the land that Black built. This is the Union fighting to win on civil war between neighbors and kin, wrought by the man as a matter of fact, of whose wife had a lover behind his back. The brother of him that pushed the plow, the brother that plucked the cotton and corn, and the son of your father, tattered and torn, who was beaten by him, all shaven and shorn, who had plenty money, but for a small cost, purchased the folks with identities lost, thanks to the man with the ship that was tossed to discover your people and rip them off. This is the land that Black built. These are your people that fought so long and challenged the world with a prayer and a song, here in the land that Black built. This is your mother, the Nubian pearl, whose wisdom and guidance sent into the world beautiful folks with identities found, creating a nation where love can abound, where equal rights are not up for debate, and everyone's voice holds equal weight, truly a land that Black built. My thoughts. I think we should show love and respect to others no matter the race. The end. Any questions?
Let's give Queen Kaya a round of applause. Great. Beautifully done. And I would like to ask all people, after the presentations, you can write your messages, but during the presentations, please hold all of your comments because your comments come up on the chat and then that blocks what our kings and queens are presenting. Thank you. Were there any questions?
I see the Pharaoh's got a question. And then Lenora has a question after that.
Queen Kaya, you did an excellent job. And I would also like to ask if Queen AJ, will you present today?
See, Queen AJ.
I will speak today.
Before Queen AJ speaks, was there another person who had a question?
Lenora.
Okay, okay. So we'll let Miss Lenora ask.
I wanted to ask Queen Kaya, did she write the words herself? And how did she come up with such a great book?
It's a book. I didn't write the words myself. This is the book.
Okay.
You put the pictures to it.
I put the pictures to it, but it's a different author.
Okay. Where can we buy a book like that, Kaya? Queen.
I'm pretty sure my mommy bought it off of Amazon.
No,
Okay.
I didn't buy it off of Amazon. We went to a Juneteenth festival a few years ago, and the author was there, and they were selling the book, and it came with a poster. It may be available on Amazon. The author is Lamont. What is it? Yeah, Lamonte McNeese. I can put it in the chat for you.
Okay. I just like to say something, and then I'm going to share something, and then I'll let the presenter go. I am a 5th generation quilter, and I checked with Tamika and Freddie, and they said that it was okay that I create a quilt for the Sankofa Club. Now, this is a thread painted quilt of the Sankofa symbol that I started. And the rest of the quilt will be in Kente. So I will have it done by the end of July. And you can go online at Emory University and look at another quilt that I was commissioned to do for Dr. Pelham McDaniels III. And in fact, I could send Tamika a copy of the quilt. And the importance of the quilt, Queen Kaya, is that it mentions everything that you mentioned, coming over, the waves, and then there's an explanation of the importance of the symbol and how our ancestors described the symbol for us. So thank you so much. Your work is outstanding. I'm so grateful as an elder, and I'm honored to be here today and to listen to the both of you. I'm so moved, and my heart is so full. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Any additional? Oh, I'm sorry, Gwen. Let me be quiet. Let me mute my mic.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. We can do this because you can see things that I can't. So if there's no other questions for Queen Kaya, I believe the pharaohs, our pharaohs have suggested that Queen AJ, would you like to go next to present?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Mr. Freddie, can you make sure? Oh, you have her. Yes, she's good. All right.
I have a presentation I will be reading today. Hello, I'm Freddie. I'll be addressing what's going on with our Earth and what do we do. So recently, the Earth's been going through a lot of changes. Global warming and Earth's natural properties combined with how we treat the Earth changes things. Now, one of the major things we can address is the big events like tornadoes, volcanoes, and hurricanes. Did you know the Earth's crust and the rigid layer of the mantle that is connected to the crust together are called the lithosphere? The lithosphere has large faults called tectonic plates. Right now, a volcano called the Axial Seamount off the coast of Oregon is being monitored to erupt. The way scientists monitor underwater volcanoes is by using sound waves to monitor the seafloor. The way underwater volcanoes erupt is a theory called seafloor spreading. How this happens is tectonic plates spread away from each other, and hot magma from the Earth's core is forced up through the cracks of underwater mountains. When dealing with volcanoes and its roundabout impact it causes, earthquakes are a common follow-up. Earthquakes are caused when tectonic plates get strained from rubbing against each other. They build up energy until it breaks and releases strong vibrations, which moves outward like a wave, which causes shake. Now, as I said before, one thing affects another. Many cities and states have already reached record high heat levels along with worsening air quality. This shift has been caused by many things, but the decline has been going on for over a few years. Our ozone layer plays a big part in keeping the Earth livable. Now, the Earth's atmosphere is a thin layer of gas surrounding the planet. It absorbs and tracks the right amount of livable heat from the sun. Recently, the ozone layer has been deteriorating slowly from harmful gases and heat-trapping carbon dioxide. Due to this rising heat inside our atmosphere to change, which ups the possibility of things like tornadoes and hurricanes. When we deal with things like this, it affects everything around us. This changes water levels, heat, and air quality levels. The main way we can take care of our Earth is by staying away from things like aerosol cans, saving water, growing your own fruits and vegetables, lowering your garbage uses, and taking care to leave everywhere you go better than you got it. Finally, be very ready for all natural disasters and continue to take care of the Earth. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause for Queen AJ. Are there any questions?
The Pharaoh's got a question.
You did a great job, Queen AJ. At the beginning, we had an elder share that there's a hurricane in St. Louis, and this reminds us how important it is to take care of the Earth.
I love it. Queen Kaya?
I just wanted to tell Queen AJ that she did an awesome job on her spoken word. She did a great job.
Thank you, Queen.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I giggle every time, Queen, because I love your voice. I don't know if am I the only one that love that voice? Like, I love it so much. Okay, I'm sorry. I got it. I'll control myself.
Okay, no problem. Are there any other questions? All right,
Yes,
there.
Brother Charles.
Charles, okay.
Yes, how you doing? Listen, I'm just curious, what is the age of these queens and the pharaohs? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We good.
Yes. Everyone tell your age, please.
I'm about to be 9.
Okay, very good. Very mature 9.
Yes, she is.
Okay, the rest of you, I'm waiting.
Go ahead, Pharaoh.
I'm 13.
Okay.
I'm 11.
Okay, hey, you guys, excellent speakers, as well as your first queen. And AJ, how old are you, Queen AJ?
I'm 16.
16. Oh yeah, you sound very mature. I was wondering. I said, boy, she's 12 years old. Darn, what
yeah.
I just made 16.
Okay, well, you all are doing an excellent job. And always remember that the history we know about slavery did not only occur here in the West, it occurred in the eastern portion of the world. And also, we were explorers, conquerors, and many things before we were slaves. But I'll leave that to your instructor. Peace and love.
Sir. Sister
Yes,
Gwen,
yes.
they do it.
I'll speak on that.
Before you jump into that, Sister Gwen, I'm sorry. We got a young man down here with his hand up. He wants to let y'all know his age. Come on, young man.
I'm 8, almost 9.
Almost 9. I love it. Thank you for being here.
Yo, and I have one thing to tell you.
Please.
Is it a statement or a question?
A story about the Horn of America. The Horn of America was made in Washington, D.C. Who made the horn made the horn is Lucy Washington. She made the horn of South America. She is the master of music. The end.
Great job.
All
All
right, all
right.
right.
Thank
Yeah.
you. All right.
There is, I see that you have a medal on. What is your medal for?
My medal is for they. My brother's soccer medal.
Could you repeat that one more time? Your medal is for
my brother's soccer medal.
Your brother's soccer medal. All right, very good. All right, so we need to see you in the Sankofa Club and Sankofa Nation because you're all ready to go. And let me just make a statement before our pharaohs, Pharaoh Jaden and Peyton, as the elder for the Sankofa Nation. I hope that this is appropriate, but I just want to be clear on our teaching. Our children have learned about our history all the way back to the beginning of time, and now we're kind of moving toward kind of the middle of our story in terms of allowing. I used to sing the song from in Enchanto or Encanto, like they sing. They sing, "We don't talk about Bruno." My song is, "We don't talk about slavery," and we haven't. But here lately, since everything is happening in the United States, we have been talking about Jim Crow, and because that story hit, she has another presentation which you will experience next month, which is all about inventors. But because we had our nation town hall last night, and she presented it, and everybody was like, "Oh, this is so good." And I know that some of the age groups here kind of move towards into that space and know and have experienced more of what she was talking about. I thought that this would be a good presentation today, but I just want to be clear. We do not start our history with enslavement. As a mother, Sheila knows, she has been with us since the very beginning. We have started all the way back to Imhotep and all straight through, as I have with the adults. So they know a lot, but that particular piece, I said, yes, go ahead, because it kind of connects to us today. So now I'm going to back off and let our pharaohs continue with their leadership. And again, I'm going to ask when the pharaohs start with their presentation, please do not write in the chat, because then your chat words will go over their presentation.
We do have another question. We do have another question.
Okay,
Sister Sheila has a question.
It's more of a comment. And I just want to tell the young people that I'm very, very proud of them. And even though they prepared for these presentations, they show up like this every Wednesday and Friday night. So I just want to say thank you all, and you represent very well.
I love that. Thank you for that, Sister Sheila. I want to say a special thank you to Queen AJ, because y'all know you get 16. It's different coming into these spaces, right? So I want to say thank you, Queen, for showing up today and presenting. I know she started years ago, right, with us inside of the Sankofa Club, and and now she's 16 years old. But I appreciate you taking the time to come and present with us and hang out with us and speak with us. You about ready for the adult table, though, so we good. We definitely good with moving you on, but we definitely appreciate your engagement here. I think you are a phenomenal person. Come on, sister, you got something to say?
I just say ditto to that.
Word. Queen AJ, you got a comment? I see the hand up. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. I really never had a problem with coming in class. I definitely like hanging out with my younger peers. It's nice to see everybody participating, especially Queen Kaya. She is absolutely adorable. Every time she talks, I swear.
With the whole family.
Yeah, the whole family. Everybody is here, plus my little brothers and stuff too.
Oh.
And they, we enjoy the classes. I definitely think that my teachers contribute to it, especially Mr. Damon. A lot of times, me and my mom, when he gives his classes, it resonates with stuff that we have going on. Like, he'd be right on point. And Mrs. Ibrahim, I really like how she teaches classes. She's definitely gives us some great information. I write, I take notes and stuff during class. It's good to keep learning stuff. Like, I feel like a lot of people my age are not interested in, continuing to learn more stuff, or they feel like sitting through a class that's quote unquote typically for little kids is, I don't know, like lame and stuff like that. But it's just learning something, and we have great teachers that make it easy to do so. And my mom, she gets me here, and she said also with the adult classes, she said you got to give her a hookup because those are expensive.
What's interesting is I led that convo. I said that, and then my thought while you were speaking, I was looking at Sister Gwen over here, and I was going to say, Gwen, well, how about you hold me to? We give Queen AJ access to our adult classes so that she can continue this, right? I mean, she's done her time. She comes back and is just a wonderful piece of the community. So why not?
Yes, but let me just say, I don't teach any differently to the adults than I do to the children, and vice versa. So Queen AJ is ahead of the adults in my adult class, but we will do that so she can get a double dose of what have you. But Queen, I knowing her, she could possibly teach a couple of classes because we've been, like I said, doing the live classes since 2022. So she's really an excellent student and an excellent leader too. So with that being said, yes, so we'll definitely do that, and I'll definitely hold you to it. I'll write my little notes on the Facebook page.
Please.
So with that being said, I am going to turn all of this back over to the Pharaohs and Pharaoh's
We got another question, Gwen. And here's what I want you to say. Here's what I do want to say. Don't feel like we got to rush, right? Because now what I'm gonna start doing now is on the Sankofa Club days is leaving it open in conversation so that we can continue to grow and engage just wherever the conversation flows. So don't feel too pressured. But we can't move on just yet. Sister Christine has a question or a comment.
I have a comment, and I just want to say that I admire these young people because it's difficult for me to come on here and talk, and here they're giving a full-on presentation. So my hat is off to them, and I'm so proud of what they're doing. I'm trying to get my grandkids to come on, but they're still, I don't know, dragging their feet. But I wanted to say that I live here in Hawaii, so I'm on an island, and right now we're having earthquakes and the volcanoes going off. So, and it's a constant thing here, and it's not where I live. It's not so much of a big deal because I'm some miles away, but Mother Nature is not messing around, and my prayers go out to those people in St. Louis as well.
Yes.
That's it.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the comment. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, all right. So I want y'all to remember that the young people showing up to present, y'all can definitely get on the microphone and be heard, whether that's a question, a comment, or a thought. All right, we got Pharaoh Stefan in our building too, right? We are like deep with the pharaohs and queens here. So I appreciate all of y'all. Stefan, I know you already got access to the adult class. Otherwise, I would offer you that. Also, so all right, I'm gonna be quiet so the pharaohs can take over. And
yes,
finish.
he's a former pharaoh, and he was an excellent pharaoh. In fact, this time around, we asked him, "Did you want to be pharaoh?" He said, "No, that's okay." But he is an excellent student in both the adult and the Sankofa Club class. But he is still a part of the Sankofa Nation. All righty, Pharaohs Jaden Payton, the floor is yours.
Yeah.
Today, in true Sankofa fashion, we are getting back to share one of our earlier presentations. When I, Pharaoh Payton, was 8 years old, I shared a presentation titled Dollars and Cents, an early exploration for financial responsibilities and informed decision making. We decided to share this particular presentation for two reasons. One, we think it was timely. Sunday dinner elders have recently participated in thoughtful conversations about finance, budgeting, and long-term planning. We are also think we also think it is important to recognize that these are not new topics for Sankofa Nation's youngest citizens.
And two, it shows our growth from comfort to confidence. At first, we started with videos where we could stop, re-record, and edit anything that didn't feel perfect. It was a great way to learn and build confidence behind the scenes. But over time, we have grown. We have stepped out from behind the camera and into live presentations where there is no pause button or do-over. That takes courage. Trust in your own voice. And that's what we want every current and future Sankofa Nation young person to know. You don't have to be perfect to be powerful. Just start and keep going. You get better by doing. And every time you speak up, you're already winning. And now we present Dollars and Cents.
Hi Sankofa Nation, my name is Peyton and I'm a junior world changer. Today I'm going to be talking about dollars and cents. Dollars and cents is how to be responsible.
The volume is low, we can't hear.
These guys.
Okay, one moment. We'll try to see what's going on with the volume.
Yes. Did you press that little button where it's at the bottom that it will help with the volume? That little button that says, I forgot what it says. It's been a while.
You talking about when you share, then there's like share sound, and then share. Then it's like two little blue buttons on the. Like if you you stop. Hold on. If you let me make sure I got it right.
Yeah, yes. I'll see.
Yeah, share sound options on the right. So when you go to share, then on the right it'll say share sound, optimized for video sharing.
Yeah, optimized. Mm-hmm.
It's not showing?
No.
No. Let me see if I can you share a screenshot in here?
It sounded like we could hear it. It was just low, so maybe the volume just needs to be turned up.
We turned it up on their computer. Would it help if we shared it with you, Mr. Taylor? And it's pre-recorded for the most part. Would that help with the volume?
We could try.
Okay.
We can try. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Here's the good thing about all of this, right? Stuff happens when you're presenting, right? So let's not lose it. Here's a good thing to also remember. Everybody here wants you to succeed. So we are taking our time. We're patient. Stuff happens, right? This goes on. Shoot, y'all see me every week stumbling with my technology and all of that. So I don't want you to panic or anything like that. We are good. We are cool as a cucumber, as they say. And all them smiling faces in the audience lets you know that we are here for you. But I tried to share my little image there, and so to show you where the share sound. If you want to email me the presentation, is that how?
Can we share it in Canva? Do you have Canva by any chance?
I do.
No. Okay, share it. So what's your email, Mr. Taylor, that they can share it with you in Canva?
Freddie at urbanintellectuals.com. All of y'all on this call, we all family. Do not share my email. I'm already terrible with my email, right? So, I know I realize now that I'm streaming this on YouTube, so perhaps I might change my email. But anyway, it'll work for today. It will be fine on that.
Okay, we just shared that with you.
Okay, it just probably needs a moment to come through. So just waiting on that.
Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. I remember like when I used to present, I used to like freak out over these moments. But then somebody told me what I just said. Everybody in the audience wants you to succeed. Everybody here wants you to win, and we support you 1000%. So we are fine.
Did you get it yet?
Not yet, not yet.
All right.
Did I spell that right? Look, I might have spelled my name wrong. That might be the problem. Let me check my spam. I don't think it's that aggressive.
You can also create a link and then drop it in the chat directly to Freddie, and just make sure that whoever has the link can share it, and that way he can share it directly. He can pull it out of the chat and share it.
You're right. Latoya say exactly. As adults, we have issues still when we presenting. The young presenters are doing an amazing job. Listen, y'all see me every Sunday botching something. Right? I botched this early in the beginning of this, right? So we are totally fine. We're doing great. I don't see it though. I'm not sure why.
They're trying now. They're going to try to drop it into the chat to you.
Okay.
Make sure it's just you.
All right. Well, while we are, waiting and getting through this, how many of you have young people that you would love to include inside of the Sankofa Club, right? Get under Sister Gwen and Brother Damon's tutelage and knowledge and insight and sharing, right? I saw some of y'all asking, well, how can I get involved inside of the Sankofa Club? But you can do that, request access. All right, it's saying request access, so I just requested access from info@urbanintellectuals.com. Info@urbanintellectuals.com should be the request for that. Yeah, but for those of you that have young people that you're interested in getting into our programs, you can go to sankofaclub.com. Yeah, that's it, sankofaclub.com. You can see that and get the overview. If you have any questions, you can always email Tameko, Tameko @urbanintellectuals.com. For more information, questions, get anything answered that you might need. Your request has been sent. All right, so just waiting on that. Yeah, 2 days. Sister AJ, Queen AJ, I'm sorry. Queen AJ said, hey, well, maybe she might be open to teaching some classes over the summer, right? So that might even be interesting, right? We can bring on a former, well, not former, she ain't going nowhere, right? A part of the team. Huh?
I said she's not former, she's still with us, so that might be something to talk about in terms of peer-to-peer teaching and leadership.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Wow. Another thing that I was thinking about, y'all, and this is something that I mentioned last year. Y'all ain't hold my feet to the fire, and y'all got to do that with me. I'm kind of like that, but I am not thinking this year, this summer it has to happen because we need this. I want to use our network and bring in, and Gwen, this is another one, put another note down because it's Gwen, this is good. But I want to bring in our financial, people in our financial network to come in and educate our young people on money, finances, investing, and all of those things, right? So I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe 12. I don't know, Gwen. Sister Gwen, I'll talk to you about how old. Yeah. But I do want to go into like the mid-20s, maybe even sub 30, right? So maybe like 10 to 30-year-old. And get our financial professionals. I know a lot of financial people that would bend over backwards to come in and educate our young people on finances and money and investing and all of those things. So I think we can add that.
Further investing, yes, because this presentation which I've seen touches on a lot of those things too, and
Yeah.
that would just enhance that as well. So someone I saw somebody, let me just I saw some comments. So while we're waiting, 54-year-old needs help on finances. Okay,
I
are you ready?
I got the approval, by the way, but go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, somebody said AJ, Queen AJ was saying we could incorporate that in maybe a town hall. Great idea. Grady Eyes, glad you're here, brother, all as well. Right. Okay. Pure teaching. Okay. Family. All right. The
How do I
message.
connect with
We
him?
can use this in both East St. Louis, and Springfield. While are we still working on
Yeah,
getting?
I can give it a shot now.
Okay. All right.
Let me do it this way. Bring that
Excuse
over.
me, Mr. Freddie Taylor.
Yes.
We will let you know when we can advance.
That's fine.
Okay. I have access now.
He
So
has access, Pharaohs.
Okay.
You want me to try to play it?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
All right. Okay, wait. Now you got to coach me because I got it playing on my computer, but now I'm realizing I don't know. Oh, present. Okay. I've never done this before, y'all. So inside of Canva. So
No problem. No
yeah,
problem.
thank you for this because yeah, I just learned something that quickly, and now I am good. Can y'all hear that? No, let me back this up.
Okay, there you go.
It won't go back.
Arrow back.
Can you hear this?
Hi, Sankofa Nation. My name is Peyton, and I'm a junior world changer. Today, I'm going to be talking about dollars and cents.
The volume is still quite low.
Still pretty low?
Yes.
Okay, and can you back it up again? Did you, Freddie, did you push Ultimum sound?
Yes, I did. I'm not sure what happened there. Let's see.
So this is what I would like to ask everybody. So everybody take a deep breath. This is really a good presentation. It's an excellent presentation. Just listen, turn your volume up as loud as you possibly can and listen quietly, and we'll just do it from there. Okay. Mr. Freddie, you can go ahead.
Okay. All right. Let's try it again. Let me back up.
And please, again, do not write in the chat.
All right. So present. I got to tell myself. So y'all try to listen in, lean in, put some headphones in.
Until in the center, it's not soft. It'll be firm like bread, cornbread or something. Okay.
Okay. And please,
mute yourself, please.
Somebody got to mute.
Mute yourself.
There we go. All right. So we're going to try. We're going to try to listen in now. All right.
My name is Peyton, and I'm a junior world changer. Today, I'm going to be talking about dollars and cents.
Next, please.
Gotcha.
Dollars and cents is how to be responsible with your money. These guides may help you. 1. Value system. What's important to you? 2. Smart plan. How to manage your money to support your value system. Number 3. Develop a budget and stick to it. That means don't use more money than you have. 4. Make good decisions with your money. You may have to research.
Next, please.
I'm just a kid, so I earn money by doing allowance, my chores, gifts, or working. For example, I'll earn $20 a week for being a good gentleman, a good citizen, and a good student. I'll earn another $10 for doing my chores. I'll also earn money on my birthday, a holiday, or special occasions. Finally, I'll work to earn money. I'll earn money by taking care of my neighbor's pets.
Next, please. Excuse me, this is Farrell Jaden. I interrupt this previously recorded presentation to point out an oversight. So in this earlier presentation, you may have noticed that my brother conveniently skipped over the gentleman's tax. It is something he did not like then or now. Being awesome is hard work. It involves being kind, respectful, responsible, and yes, even doing chores without dramatic sighs and Oscar-worthy eye rolls. In our family, if you want to earn your allowance like a gentleman or a responsible young person, you gotta act like one. And if you don't, that's where the gentleman's tax comes in. Our parents tell us that it's not a punishment, it is a lesson, a reminder that how you act matters, even in your wallet. You can also call it an integrity tax if you have daughters. Another update, not everything comes with a paycheck anymore. Some things comes with growing up, like laundry, yard work, cleaning, etc. These chores aren't part of our allowance anymore. They're part of being a capable and a responsible member of the family. And now, back to our previously scheduled brilliance. Next, please.
This is my smart plan. For every dollar I earn, I divide it into 4 parts, or 4 quarters. I invest some, I spend some, I save some, I share some. For example, if I have $4, I put 1 into investing, 1 into saving, 1 into spending, 1 into sharing. I'll talk about each part of the SMART plan. Investing is a way to make your money grow by buying stocks, bonds, mutual funds, CDs, etc. Your parents will help you with this. Remember, this is long-term money that you will use after 10 or more years. Ways to use your investment money. I plan on using my investment money for a college, a 4GT, I may even have enough to buy a house, land, or retirement.
Next, please.
Savings is a way to keep the money you have. It may not grow, but you will not lose any. You can just put it in a piggy bank or put it in a real bank where it can grow a little bit. Remember, this is short-term money that you may want to use in the next 3 years. Ways to use your savings. I plan to use my saving money for things like sports, equipment, a new bike, to go to Disney, a vacation, or emergencies.
Next, please.
Spending is using your money to buy something now. This is where you need to make really good decisions with your money. Ask yourself if you want it or do you need it. Look for things that are on sale. Ways to use spending money. I use my spending money for birthday presents, books, Legos, movies, treats, and origami paper. Tip: try using price matching or add your money to your parents' money. For example, if my parents want me to spend $40 on shoes, I could ask them if I could add my money to their money to make the difference, or add my money to their money to match what they're going to do.
Next, please. Here is a visual of what I just spoke about. Good. $40 plus $40 equal $80. Better, 30 plus 40 equals $70. And best is to buy on sale. Next, please.
Sharing is using your money for someone else. Remember, this can be long or short-term money to use. Ways to use your sharing money. You can use your sharing money for donation, charity, or fundraising for a good cause. You want to do research so you know you're giving to a trusted charity. I share with Kicks for Cancer, Boys and Girls Club, and Fallen Heroes.
Next, please.
Remember, every nickel, penny, dime, quarter counts. The future is bright and we can be smart kids with smart money.
Next, please.
Thank you. Do you have any dollars and cents tips or questions?
I love it. I love it. Great job. Great job. And yeah, give them a round of applause, right? Give 'em a round of applause for our young pharaohs. All right. Any questions, thoughts, or comments? I got a question. So, all right, let me see if there's any questions. Oh, Queen Kaya, come on, let the queen speak first.
Question and a comment. I'll say my comment first. So my comment is you did an excellent job. And my question is, do you still like share with your parents? Like do you still combine with your parents?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. You
Great
did a
question.
great job.
Thank you, Queen Kaya.
You're welcome.
Great question. Great question. Queen AJ.
You guys definitely did a great job on that presentation. You can see Phil Payton's change from like then to now. He's definitely grown up a lot. His voice was adorable. Also with the gentleman's tax, my mom was sitting in here the whole time like, yeah. Because we've spoken about getting an allowance, and she's like, you guys can't get an allowance if every time you know that you want to get up to do some chores, you want to sigh or roll your eyes like they were saying, because you're gonna have to do that stuff anyways eventually. Also, like her changing like laundry and things not being counted as allowance, because that's something that you're gonna have to do anyways, whether you like it or not, because you don't want to walk around smelling funky all the time. So you can't like just be like, hey, I don't want to do laundry. Well, you don't have a choice, because yeah, like I just said. And I definitely think as you grow older, the way that you respond to having to do chores is different. I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I do not want to get up and do chores. I will get mad and then, like be like complaining about them or something. So that's okay to do sometimes, but you should definitely strive to do things because you're gonna have to do them anyways.
Queen AJ, I love doing chores. I love yard work, doing the dishes, and sometimes doing my laundry. Sometimes.
You love doing chores.
Yes, it's fun.
I don't
Why?
think that's true.
It's true.
It's
Yard
not
work-
true, Peyton. I agree. That is not, true.
It
Nobody
keeps
loves doing chores.
it keeps me busy. I need stuff to do, so that keeps me busy. But still,
But you could do like, but okay. So you enjoy doing chores over like reading a good book.
Depends on what the book is. If it's really good, no, I'd rather read.
Okay, so that's not like your top go-to thing to do, or is it?
It comes like third place. Third place.
Third
of
place.
things I
Okay,
like.
so what about you? Because I could tell you were like, no.
No, you like cooking.
I like cooking. That's probably the only chore I like.
Sure. You have to feed yourself.
Yeah,
Okay.
the chore.
Thank you so much, Queen AJ. Shantae Moore has a question too.
Yes.
My question is, I divide my money into 10 pieces. When I have 10 pieces, I divide by 5, and I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 5 divided by 10 equals 2.
Yes.
Good job.
Good
Well,
job.
Good
job.
Shantae, round of applause. Great job, Shantae. And the kings and the pharaohs, they've moved up from, they've been kings so long, now they're pharaohs, and the queens agree. Thank you so much. Any other questions?
Love it. Queen Kaya has a question.
This is Mama Kaya speaking.
Oh.
Pharaohs, I think you should get your your queen, because she does not like doing her chores. But she definitely does not like doing her chores. So I love hearing the fact that y'all enjoy doing your chores.
Mommy.
You're on mute.
It's fine, Kaya. I agree. Chores are no fun.
They are fun.
No, they're not.
All right. Well, I at this point, anyone else besides the pharaohs and queens have any questions? So thank you all. Let us give the pharaohs and queens another round of
Yay,
applause.
Bo. Yay, Bo. Yeah.
And let us
Yeah.
do as we always do. We always bow to the.
Wait. We got a question.
Oh,
We
it's
got
a
a
question.
comment.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yes.
Hi, I just want to say I'm very proud of the presentation. I just want to know, so you and your parents do it jointly, the managing of your money?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. And the reason why I like that is because I want the parents to have the final say so over the money, because you could, get to the point where I don't need, and you always do need your parents. You always need them governing and managing it. You're not at a point until you get out of college where you really know what direction you want to go and how to manage your money. So just continue to listen and grow with what you're doing. But that was really excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Okay. I would like to, before we were getting ready to bow, and I'm going to let the pharaohs close out this portion. But before we do, those of you who are legacy, I believe in the legacy. You can have up to 5, am I correct, Freddie, children for what you paid for your legacy. We're
5
waiting.
households.
5 households, okay? 5 besides themselves, 5 other households. We're waiting for these children. If you know any children that need and need to this day and time, during our class, we talked about resistance. Mother Let, who is on, who comes on, she's been with us since we started. So Mother Let asked the question of resistance. One of our children said to be smart, and the other part of resistance is knowing their history, because what they are trying to shut down is what we need to, and we all do, but they need to know. So if you, I have seen a few new people, but with all the people who have joined Legacy, please identify, and I know, you're not sitting in each household at the time, so I know it's up to the parents, but please identify and let people know that this is the time that we really, really, really need to know who we are and whose we are. And as I said, we start from our ancient history, and this will allow everybody, especially legacy people, you can go all the way back. We have over 300, going on
400.
400 classes, all the way back. And then even for the adults, we have up to 36 or 7. So this is
50,
the
we
time.
over 55, Sister Gwen. Y'all cooking now.
Oh, 55.
Yeah.
Sorry, 55. So this is the time to really know who you are, because one of the things, I pray this will not be our journey, but one of the things that when the Jewish community was in their turmoil with their Hitler, they knew who they were, and they carried on their traditions, and not just their cultural traditions, but they, even when at the worst times when they were going towards their firing squads and furnaces and what have you, they still knew that they came from Abraham, Jacob, Joseph, and Isaac. And so that's what we need. We need to grasp onto that, our children as well as our adults. So, legacy people, please identify the children, because we have a great time in both classes. Mr. Damon is phenomenal. I try to make the classes interesting. And so please let that be one of your ways of resisting, by helping more families to become a part of the Sankofa Nation. I see Ms. Erica Alexander, your hand is up. Go right ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I really enjoyed the pharaohs and queens today. They did a wonderful job. And as the pharaohs were talking about finances, I thought about my grandniece and my niece. My grandniece is 6. My niece is going on 4, and then my cousin's children that could all benefit from learning from your presentations, and also, of course, from the Sankofa Nation. So I really enjoyed, and great job.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, pharaohs. I'm going to let the pharaohs close out this portion. Thank you all so much for listening. One of the reasons that we're bringing these children forward is because so many times I have been on, when I've been on Sunday dinner and around grandma's table, the conversation goes to, oh my God, what are we going to do with these children and what have you? And I want you to know that your answer is right here. The answer is right here, and you see the end results. When you know who you are, you know who you are. So we thank you all for listening, for being patient with us, and for just asking questions, and the love that we can feel your love coming to us. So I'm going to let the pharaohs close out this part. So Freddie, if you can put them back on the screen if they're not, and they can close out.
In closing, we would like to say, we thank you, honored elder Sawabona. We see you. And again, thank you to the mothers, to all the mothers who try their hardest every day to make sure that we are okay.
Thank you. And thank you for that awesome, you had me in tears, Mother's Day message. And I know everybody is, all women who received it, we received it with all of the love, and thank you. All right, Mr. Taylor, if I could just say one thing, for anybody who is in Philadelphia, we are celebrating Africa Day at Enon Tabernacle Baptist Church in Philadelphia, 2800 Cheltenham Avenue. We're celebrating Africa Day. Africa Day is a day that it has been celebrated since 1963 of African Union. And if you've kept up with the news, Africa as a continent is doing miraculous things and coming together. So not to belabor and teach a lesson, but we're for those from Philadelphia, we would love to meet you face to face. So the time is 12 to 4. I think I'll put it in the chat and then you can have it. All right. Thank you so much. And I'll turn it back to Mr. Freddie. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Oh, thank
Thank you,
you.
sister.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for this
Yeah.
opportunity.
All right,
Thank
y'all know at the last second, I love to just hear y'all unmute and let's just heap some praise on our Sankofa children, our future, right? These are all of our children. They are.
Sankofa
Yay,
Nation.
Bo. Yay, Bo. Great job.
Awesome
Thank
job.
you.
Love it, love
Wonderful
it, love it,
presentation.
love it,
Thank you so
love
much
it.
for taking all the time and preparation. Clap, clap,
Thank you
clap.
for the children.
Congratulations.
Great job, Sarah.
Great job.
So proud
Great,
of you.
great job.
Great job, Pharaohs and Queens.
Great job,
Indeed.
Queen.
I
Yes,
love it.
beautiful, beautiful.
We appreciate you all.
I love
I'm
it. I
so
love it.
glad my
Thank y'all.
sisters
Thank y'all for
came.
that. And oh, Gwen, Sister Gwen, I did have one question for you. These
I'm here.
presentations, are they making these presentations especially for us on Sundays, or are these the
No,
presentations that they're delivering inside of the Sankofa Club to one
these
another?
this is for everybody. This is the nation's presentation. Every month for the last 5 years, the children have been presenting to the nation. That's why Peyton looks so young. The children, so when you are a member of the Sankofa or Legacy, you will be able to see all the presentations that have been presented since the beginning of the town hall, because all of them have been recorded. So we have many, many presentations. So these are the presentations. When we have town hall, is I'm sorry, the third Saturday of each month. When we have town hall, and some of the legacy people have come in with us too, but the nation is run by the children. We are citizens, but we've decided that the children will do the voting for their peers for the positions of king and queen. But these presentations are all recorded, so you can go and look back on the presentations because they have been phenomenal. They have, at times when Mr. Miko and I have been on, they have brought us to tears. You know,
Yeah.
we've just fallen out and just had to come back and get ourselves composed, because when they first started presenting, they were excellent, and now they're just excellent, phenomenal, awesome. So yes, so these are recorded, and when you join the Sankofa Club, when you join, you will automatically be a part of the Sankofa Nation. Legacy people are automatically a part of the Sankofa Club and Nation. So you can go back and look at all of the presentations. They're there, and they're there. So and Freddie's showing now. When it comes down to the presentations, all of the classes and all of the town hall, so their presentations are in the town hall section. All righty.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, I get to that. I saw Shantae. Yes, sir. Yes, young man.
Thanks with Miss Gwen being one of the Sankofa Club members.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
I love it. I love it. I love our young people, man. This is always like a real special segment that we have once a month. So once a month, the Sankofa Nation comes and presents for us. Thank you, Sister Gwen, for organizing and all that you do. Yeah, there's not enough praise to be given for you or the parents of our children and our children, right, that are doing these phenomenal things. But I did need that. I needed that clarity, right? I wanted Because I'm like, are they just doing this for us? Like, no, this is peer-to-peer education that is happening. And I love the idea, since I saw Adela place it in the comments earlier, that we love the idea of peer-to-peer education even further, right? So I would love to get our elder Sankofa leaders to come back and be participating in teaching inside of the club. Now, I'll tell y'all this. When I brought up the conversation around professionals coming to teach finance and financial education to the children, I didn't know the Pharaohs were about to drop that. I don't know what they bringing to y'all, right? Like this is their thing. So that was right on point, right? Right. So maybe we'll have the pharaohs and the queens teach some financial literacy as well.
Yes, they
Yeah,
can do it.
they can definitely do it. Yeah, confirmation, definitely. This was excellent. Hopefully y'all enjoyed this. So once a month we make sure. Oh, Shantae, come on back. Come on back in, young man. Wherever you are, welcome to speak.
This is a statement this time.
All right.
Thanks for the pharaohs. For I'm one of the pharaohs too.
I love it. Proclaim it, young man.
All the guys are kings and all of the ladies are queens.
Yes, absolutely. Pharaoh Shantae. Hopefully that's your name. I don't know if that's okay. Hopefully that's it. Definitely a pharaoh. Definitely. All right, I love it. I keep being disconnected. You did an amazing job presenting, reading, conversing on the topics. Man, listen, y'all. This is what I want you. Each time the young pharaohs and queens come and address y'all, this is what I want you to understand. This is what our future looks like. This is what our young people look like when love, attention, their history, their culture, their understanding and knowledge is poured into them. When people are serious about directing their energies in a positive way, this is what our future looks like. I don't want you to be discouraged. I want you to be frustrated. I want you to be upset. I want you to be mad. I want you to be like, we can't continue this way. But I want you to do something about it. And this is what it looks like. Because when we redirect them young people, and I'm gonna paraphrase. I was gonna quote the Pharaoh's Mama Sharon, right? So Mama Pharaoh Sharon always says, when you speak to the king and queen and your young people, then they will appear, right? So that's my paraphrase of what she says, but it is so on point. So in these spaces, when we're around grandma's table, we're in grandma's house and we're having these discussions, I want to constantly challenge you to not complain about it, not whine about it, not cry about it. I want you to pour love, appreciation, and understanding into the young people around you, because that's the only thing that's going to change anything, right? We can't just keep constantly in this circle of complaining, right? We have to do something. And what I tell my children is, fortunately, you're capable. Fortunately, you're the one. Fortunately, when it comes to turning around a situation, you have all the seeds that you need inside of you. All you got to do is believe and take action. You can't just talk about it and cry about it. Brother Grady, come on back into the discussion, young man. You're muted, sir.
Brother Freddie, can y'all hear me? Urban Intellectual Family?
Yes, sir. We got you now.
Yeah, I'm out, taking care of little errands in here in Springfield, Illinois. But yes, Freddie, I'm so glad you put it out there like that, to challenge us, African, Black working class adults to, connect with our children and teach them, take the initiative to teach them and not depend on the slave master to teach them, brother. I mean, because some of us, and I'm not trying to throw shades on any of us, brother Freddie, because we all work hard to do the best we can, but too many of us, we'll send our kids to school, we don't ask them what they learned, and we don't
put into existence that those young pharaohs, the young babies that spoke earlier, we don't put that into existence for them. Uh, in my comments, I typed in earlier, Freddie, we more than entertainers and athletes for them folks, Freddie. We more than that. But but we have to, work with our young people, and we have to start at a young age, Freddie. I mean, to my sisters out there, when you carrying that baby, that young king, that young queen in your stomach, read to that baby. Read something of essence that they can hear inside your womb, sister, that will stick with them once they enter this earth, and continue that. And to my brothers out there, stop putting that collective energy into saying that you want your son to be the next athlete or entertainer. Hell no. You set the tone saying that you're gonna be a doctor or lawyer when they in that cradle. And if they stray from that, you tell them no, you're not gonna be a athlete or entertainer. If you do it, you're doing it for fun. But you're gonna become something to make your ancestors proud, to benefit the community. Like I said earlier in my post, in St. Louis right now, man, we're in desperate need of our people that have a grip on medicine, law, especially law, because those white developers coming, man. And we need some armed brothers and sisters that are legal, that are lawyers, to arm up, to challenge them white boys and say, hell no, the North Side is not for sale. Black folks is not for sale. This eminent domain ain't going down. Well, St. Louis can be an example for other black communities that may experience calamities, and it's coming, man, because God mad in America. But that's another topic, brother. But yes, thank you for putting that challenge out there to work with our young people, teach them the greatness in them and the greatness of our people, teaching them about math and science. Minister Farrakhan said it best years ago, and Brother David X, I need you to chime in, brother. The minister said, white folks don't like it when you challenge them in that classroom or that boardroom. Why in the hell you think that DEI program is in full swing right now? Because they are embarrassed. They are embarrassed. Every darn thing is being created for them to succeed, and people abroad is coming over, kicking them in the butt. And guess what? Our young babies still rising and gracing that graduation stage. So, brother, that's all I'm gonna say, and carry on, brother Fred, in my urban intellectual family, and I love our young brothers and sisters, our young kings and pharaohs. I learned so much, and I appreciate you, young man, talking about saving and being wise with the money. Cause believe me, Freddie, I'm 54, and it's a whole lot of 50 plus black adults that are financially illiterate, not to put shades on them again, brother. So we just need to be reminded, brother. And we definitely need to be reminded, spend with each other. Because if I watch one more damn segment on social media where somebody of our community been discriminated against them folks while trying to spend their money, and we still going there, Freddie, that's gonna be another discussion at the dinner table next week. But brother, carry on. Love y'all.
Appreciate you, brother.
Hey,
I
brother
tell you
Freddie.
what though, I tell all of y'all, Brother Grady nice. Y'all gonna deal with y'all. I'm gonna call your ass out.
Yeah.
I'm
Can I
gonna
highlight?
say it. I'm gonna say it to your face. I'm gonna say it. We got to get our stuff together. We got to stop playing, y'all. We are behind the eight ball. I think, man, this is even crazy to say. Okay, first of all, one, thanks to the Sankofa Nation, Sankofa Club, our kings and queens, our pharaohs, for coming out, blessing us. Love the parents, the family connection, the interaction. Kudos to all of y'all. You are the light of the community, and definitely what we need to be emulating and moving towards.
Hey, Fred, can I holler for a minute?
Come on man, who is that?
This Dr. Jackson, man, Dr.
Come
Kenneth
on,
Jackson.
Dr. Jackson, into the discussion, young man.
Bridgeport,
How y'all doing?
Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Okay, got you, good brother.
Peace and blessings to everyone. Hey, listen. I'm thinking next generation, right? And this is a seed. This is the seed to put up under your cap, because this Sunday dinner is such a godsend.
Oh, thank you, brother.
It's such a godsend. And I don't mean a citywide godsend. This is a worldly godsend. So just think, it's time for you to mentor the next generation to maybe start the Saturday Urban Intellectual Youth Club dinner or snack. Call it a snack.
Saturday snack.
Call it a Saturday snack. You know what I'm saying? And have the youth be the Freddie Juniors of the world. Because exposure is one thing, but opportunity is another. And and all of us on this line, I'm guessing if we ain't got kids, most of us do. Most of us got grandkids. So let the youth teach the youth by following this example that's teaching us.
I like that, brother.
You know, and put a call. It's time to hold athletes to the fire for sponsoring. It's time for them to sponsor something. Okay, it's time to put a call out for sponsorship for the next generational snack. It's time.
I like that.
Okay. So if you're not part of, if you ain't part of the solution, you're part of the problem.
Word.
You know, the talk is over. You know, they cutting out our black programs in the schools that they control. So we got to make more platforms, doggone it, that we control.
Right. Right.
Just something I wanted to put on you, because you know I'm an ex-offender with a prison number in 2 states. But God kept me around to go to jail. Some go to jail, some go to Yale. Okay. I have went to jail, and one time I spoke at Yale. So in other words, won't he do it?
Won't he do it? What they say, won't he will?
Yeah, won't he will. So it's time, you know, it's time to put the call out. Doggone, it's time to mobilize, create. It's time for the next generation. It's time for the snack, brother. Because the Sunday dinner is so filling that it needs to overflow into a snack for the young generation, because the young generation is becoming the dinner when they get old enough.
I like that.
I love you, brother. I love your spirit. And I thank God for you on a regular basis. Peace, family.
Peace, brother. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I love that idea. Saturday snack. That is amazing. Because our young people do need to come together. They need to commune with one another's that have a it's kind of like us, right? Y'all have been searching for a community or people that you could commune with that got similar ideas and like mind and goals and want better for us as a people, as an individual, as a family, right? As a community. Yeah, we gotta start grooming our young people in that same goal.
That's right.
And giving them an opportunity.
Give them the platform, because this is a platform for them to not just reach and teach, but to create relationships in other states, in other countries. And the earlier they create relationships, the more that filters out the nonsense that's coming their way. You know what I'm saying? So this is psychological warfare.
It is.
Okay, they coming at our families, they coming at our kids, they coming at our babies, you know, with all this social media stuff, you know, and it's distracting them, because it's feeding those endorphins, it's feeding that part of the brain that looks for that type of excitement. Okay, so now we need to slow that down. And the best way to slow that down is, like I said, to unify okay, and to give them their own platform because they got their own language.
Yeah.
And we need to trust them with that language.
I like that.
You know, each one teach one. Okay, we need to step aside from teaching mode to tutoring the next generation so they could be the teachers that's standing on deck.
So, brother, why I got you going, I got you fired up. I saw Queen AJ, right? She put a little heart up there, right? So because you were talking about that, because they have their own language, they got their own code, they got their own identity, right?
Yes, yes.
What do you think the issue is? And this is we can open this up to everybody. You can raise your Zoom hand and have a comment. Queen AJ, I would love to hear your thoughts as well. But brother, what do you think is the issue of this generation, us, not wanting to pass the torch? That's, it always seems like a reluctant handoff, right? From the previous generation to the next, or the next few generations. What do you think about that?
Well, things is done by percentages, right? So we can't say it's 100% of us that's not doing that very thing you're talking about.
Well said.
Because in pockets, such as, look at you, in pockets, look at many of the sisters and brothers at Sunday dinner.
Mm-hmm.
So in pockets, we are doing some things, some powerful things.
Well said.
Okay, so we can't beat ourselves up and think that we're not doing anything, because look at you, who you had on, who you had on today. You had Young Power on today. Okay, so it's just in pockets, and sometimes we don't see things, with that third eye that God given us. Because that's all I'm an accountability person, because I've been on both sides.
Okay.
I was a dirty up person. I dirtied up the streets, so who better can clean up the streets than somebody who dirtied up the streets?
Mm-hmm.
So now I realize my true calling, because I owe a debt. And I'm going to take this debt to the grave. Can't nobody offer me no manual job? Okay, my job got to be mental and spiritual. Because I got to use the talents that God given me to change some of this negativity that's going on amongst our young kings and queens who don't think that they're diamonds in the rough. It's in them. It's in them. Most of us on this line got a pass. Okay, and that's why God give everybody the freedom of choice. We're not no spiritual puppets. Okay, so we all know the difference between right and wrong, because even the people that was making the cartoons, they know the difference between right and wrong, because the cartoon character get ready to do wrong, what would happen? That angel would pop up and show on his shoulder and say, don't do that. And then that devil will pop up and say, go ahead, you can get away with that. You can get away with that. Everybody got the freedom of choice. We just got to help our young kings and queens, princesses, and with that choice. Because they're looking to use that energy. We got to help them harness that energy.
Yeah. Definitely. Well said, good brother.
Thank
Queen
you, brother.
AJ, come on into the discussion, young lady.
Okay, so I have a couple different points about everything that you asked.
Take it wherever you want to go, sister.
When it comes to the younger generation, I'm going to say specifically like teenagers, because that's the age group that I'm in. I think that when it comes to us learning from older people, some of you guys are just a second.
No worries. I can go on to Zonda. We can come back to you, Queen. Zonda, come on into the discussion. Let's get Queen a moment.
So, hi, everyone.
Hello.
I wanted to chime in on what the first gentleman had said when we have first signed on, and that is about the lawyers and resources as far as helping those that got hit by that hurricane. And I just wanted to make mention as far as the being public adjuster. I don't know if some may be familiar with it. I wasn't up until yesterday, and they are very, very beneficial when it comes to dealing with your insurance. And they are like an unpaid, not an they'll get paid, but not they'll get paid, but they're like the lawyer for you with your insurance. And so I just wanted to put that out there. Do you have a company if anyone is interested, or if you want me to put it in the chat?
Yeah, you can drop it down there in the
In the
chat.
chat. Okay. I'll do that. And
You
also
can mention it. Go ahead. You can mention it. You can drop it down in the chat.
okay,
Definitely
I
drop it
will.
down in the chat.
It's oh gosh, my memory is so bad.
Uh-oh.
But I did have to, and here I am getting on there talking. But yeah, it's metform.com. Met not like not the insurance. It's metgroup.com. And I'm getting verification of that so I can get the right
I was about to
information.
say, just make sure you drop it down.
I'll get the right information. Yeah. And also in response to what's being discussed as far as helping our young people, not only us being an example and getting in the streets, but we got to do something about the music industry. The crap that they're putting out. I mean, I've gotten so I just can't even listen to my radio anymore. And but we're buying it. That's why they're doing it. And if we can just start through the music and getting the artists to switch up their venue. And I understand that they're working for the white man and they putting out what they want us to receive. But I think if we can start nipping at that as a whole and teaching our young people, the ones that we know, as far as getting into what they're listening to and educating them as far as what those words are saying, how demeaning they are and how degrading, and this is not promoting any positivity or promoting you as as a human being, period. And if you listen to any other white song or white genre of songs, they don't be calling their women bees and hoes and all of that stuff. They don't, but we do. And it's a lot of work. It's a lot of facets. But I think if you think about the music, we had talked about music on one of our discussions here.
Absolutely.
And if you notice what was said in those words is totally different than what is said. And I mean, it was the same type of music. They still talk about love and sex and everything else, but it was how it's delivered. And the way things are delivered now, and it's just straight up raunchy. It's just not even a message in there. And there are a few artists, R&B, rap, that are uplifting, clean, and stuff like that. But on the majority, it's a bunch of crap.
Absolutely.
I'm done.
Yeah, for now. You're done for now. You're done.
I'm done for now. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. No, I love that. I mean, you ain't doing nothing but speaking the truth, especially when it comes to that darn music, right? Queen AJ, are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
Yes, ma'am. Come on in.
Okay. Yeah, I had a few points about what you were saying. When it comes to us being taught as teenagers, I think that sometimes some of you guys can be a bit reluctant to teach parts of us because you feel like we won't listen, or there are some of us who won't listen, but you guys don't separate or pay attention to those of us who will listen. When it comes to like teaching us, you could just, because I mean, the mass of us are kind of, we're programmed to what's the word, not to listen, but the way that some of you guys respond to us when you automatically come to us with the thought process or the front of we're not going to listen, we are in turn going to respond to you in a non-listening manner or in a way that you might not like. Also, another thing with how adults respond to us sometimes you guys don't, and it's kind of like a more of us thing, the way that we want to be talked to, because like you said, we do have our own language, so it's different. So there may be words and stuff that we use, or sometimes just what you're trying to teach us is in a boring way. So most of us are not going to sit down and listen if you want to teach us like we've been being taught since second grade, and then getting mad because we're all in the class like, oh, well, we're not really interested, or like this is just not something that we want to do with you guys. And I think that for me, I've always been more advanced in all of my classes, like top of the grade, because I will learn everything and then I'll take it and run with it, just because like I'm the type, I'll do extra homework because I learn stuff too fast, and then the teachers don't allow us to do extra homework. You're just supposed to do what we're giving you. And those of us, you can't expect us to be open to learning more stuff if you're trying to keep us in this conformed box of you just have to do what the curriculum is. And everybody learns different, so you can't just expect us all to learn the same, where we're all, because then you guys are kind of like confusing us, because we're like, okay, if we're supposed to learn in this box and we are still our own people, and because you guys are telling us, we're growing and we're learning to be adults, and then we're kind of just expected to do this one small box thing. It's very confusing to us because it's like giving us two different things, and we don't really know what's going on. For me, I think that I've always, like I said, been talking my greatest stuff. So when it comes to teaching and stuff, teaching my peers, there are definitely certain peers that I'm not interested in talking to, that I can't talk to or get along with because of their demeanors. But I have found people that I can't talk to in my age group because of where I have found them at when it comes to, getting connected with each other. So for me, I had to learn quality over quantity when it comes to who I connect with, because if you guys just try to focus on the amount of us that you can get a hold of, that's going to create a problem where, half of us are listening, half of us aren't, and then you guys are getting frustrated and like, okay, well, I'm just giving up on everybody. But then those of us who are willing to learn and who are willing to, make change and things like that are just left to our own devices. And then that creates a problem where everybody is now in a space where nobody's listening to anybody. And so we're going on a backward spiral.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, are y'all sure she's 16? I don't know. I ain't sure that sister's only 16, right? That was very powerful. Thank you for that. So now I love to have the youth speaking for themselves, right, in this room, because we oftentimes assume what's on their minds. And then especially when we got such a articulate young lady that can express herself. I think that was great. Brother Charles, come on into the discussion.
Yes, the arts, the brother who spoke about more of our youth should aspire and need to aspire to be lawyers and doctors. I forget exactly what he said. I'm not in total disagreement, but you can only be what you find interest in. To go and study to be a lawyer and have no interest in law, hey, it's a waste of time, waste of money. As you grow, you may get that interest, but meantime, the time is now to choose what you think you can enjoy and make a difference with. I go back to the arts again, not to say you should be an artist or an entertainer, but those entertainers are artists, comedians alike. Comedy, it makes us laugh, but it makes us think too.
Yes.
Okay, it's not just about laughter. So we have to look a little deeper. The other thing, parents, how many of you listen to jazz? Jazz ain't no old stuff. Jazz is the music that made what these youth are listening to now, made what we listened to when we were younger, R&B and all that. It came out of the rhythms, the thought process of jazz, just like jazz was born out of the field songs and the what is it called? The gospel music. Okay, everything has a progression. Other thing, when it comes to rap, look up alternative channels. Look into other ethnic groups and what they're doing. Rappers around the world, it generally sounds pretty much alike. And when you see some of the performers, they look just like our rap artists. But what are they talking about? Here's a Dalit rapper. I forget his name. Dalit, meaning another word for the untouchables in India. His rap, you can't understand that language unless you speak it. But if you look at him, he looked just like the rest of us, bobbing and weaving. But his message, and it's on the video, so you can see what he's saying. All right. He's talking about his experience, which is a little different than our Black American experience here, all around the world. I don't care what culture, what country you live in. If you look at from the time of pre-slavery, pre-colonization, through up until modernity, contemporary times, the experiences, especially those around the period of slavery, from the 800 AD, I'll say, up until about 1800. All right, it's pretty much the same. So we have to look and think more diasporic. That's all I wanted to say.
No, I love that. I love that, right? Let's think bigger than our current situation, right? Josette, come on into the discussion, young lady.
Hi, how you doing?
Great, how you
I'm
doing?
happy to be here. I'll tell you. When I'm listening to AJ, I am 68 years old, okay? I'm listening to AJ and I'm hearing myself 50 years ago, okay? Every generation has to be that outlier. Every generation has to be that rebellion. That's what makes the generation grow and evolve and be different. Every generation has their own revolution. But what is lacking is the connection of respect between the two. Because with love and respect, and I don't want to like you go, oh, peace and love, but it is about that. You have to respect each other in order to be able to listen to each other. I listen to what they listen to so I can talk to them in their language. And they say, oh, you Auntie Joe, so cool. How come my mom isn't that cool? I said, your mom isn't cool because she's putting up with your crap.
Every day.
Okay? I'm not. Okay, I'm cool because I don't have to be bothered with you unless I feel like it. Okay? And if I want to take a moment and do my homework so I can talk to you, I will. I don't know if you're going to listen to me or not. I'll throw it at you. I don't know if you're going to catch it. If you catch it, you be better. And I let them know. But if you don't catch it, you're on your own. Yeah. Okay? You're going through the meat grinder anyway. Right. All right? All of us do. And all of us come out different. That's a fact of life. But that there's a lack of respect from generation to generation that has been going on for eons. Okay? And then you have some pockets of people that will take the time, that will show the love, that want the peace between the generations, because somewhere along the way, that person that you can't stand is going to have to bring you a sandwich that you can't get up out of your seat for. They're going to have to do something to help you out. On the other hand, they're going to need help to get out of their messes. You know, somewhere along the way, we have to help each other because we're smarter. Okay, we've been through some things, or they have the energy. Somewhere we all depend on each other. You know, I'm an artist and I belong to an artist community online, and I have to deal with the younger generation just graduating, where the old school people like myself, we've made our bones, okay? And we advise them, but we also learn from them. And there's a certain way of talking to each other. It's not like I'm so, seasoned that I know so much, but I do. But I'm not going to throw my seasoning on you. I'm just going to give you a little bit for you to digest. And if you get it, that's good. If you respect it, you get more, you know. But at the same time, you have a point of view too. The younger people have a point of view too. You know, music also, the rap music has evolved. You know, I used to love every rapper that is dead now or in jail, okay? Dead or in jail. But the spoken word has returned, you know, and the spoken word is going down on tracks and being recorded and being listened to. It has evolved. It hasn't stayed stuck. Nothing stays stuck. So what I would say, the essence of what I'm saying is that we have to have enough respect for each other. We have to have that respect in order to have a forum, any type of forum. It could be if you're on the train or if you're on the subway or if you're in the store, you know, you have an exchange for a moment and you can connect. And both of you walk away with something.
You know what I love about what you're saying is you gotta have a form, but you gotta have respect. And it ain't just young people respecting the elders.
That's right.
You know what I mean? It's
Right.
like the
That's
elders
right.
gotta be
Right.
respecting
It's
the
got to
young
go
people.
both ways.
It's gotta go both
It's got to
ways.
go for, you got to speak each other's language. It's like you go into a foreign country and you don't speak the language, you're not going to get the respect. Okay? And that happens in our own neighborhoods. That
So
happens
good.
in our own houses. Okay?
Yes,
Got to have
yes.
that respect, that kind of mutual respect that you're going to go the extra mile to be able to communicate
Yeah.
and walk away whole. Okay, I said my piece. Thank you.
No, but you got me fired up though, because I think about when we travel in the continent, right? And
Yeah.
like if you can just see the difference between the people that just go and just kind of try to take from the experience
Yeah.
from the people that go and try to learn the culture. Learn you're not gonna go for 8, 9, 10 days and learn the language, right? But you can pick
Right.
up 5, 6 words of greetings.
Or you could look it up before you go.
You can look it up before you go. But the thing about it is when you get there, they try to share it with you. Like if
Yeah.
you're open, they will help you. And if you
Yeah.
try, if you just try,
Yeah.
it's like they open up. So I can equate that to the young people, right? Like
And
if
how
you
different
try,
is it in Egypt when you say shukran opposed to saying thank you?
yes.
Okay. You go to
Yes, sugar.
China, you say shesheni opposed to thank you.
Yeah.
You go to
Yeah.
any country, the basics, basic. But that happens to our people too. Our young people, our old people. I have a 95-year-old mother. I'm 68. Don't think we don't have a problem communicating, but we love each other to death.
Yeah.
And sometimes we are too through with each other, but we have a common ground of communication,
Definitely.
you
Definitely.
know, and we
I
both
love
walk
that though.
away.
That's a great point.
Yeah, we got to have that common ground. You don't have to use it all the time and wear it out, and you don't have to wear it on your sleeve. It's kind of like your secret sauce. You know, your secret sauce, your key in. You got to have the language.
Gotta have the language. I love that. I want to bring Sister Queen AJ on the back of that just to get your
Okay.
thoughts. I don't know where you was coming in
Thank
on
you.
that. Then Brother Charles, I got you coming back in. Queen AJ, where are you at?
I definitely agree with everything she said. The strongest part that really did hit for me was like, she was like that respect, because young people, we will respect you. I promise. Like everybody in Sankofa Club, all of my teachers, I can be comfortable in talking in like our language with y'all, while also, you know, still coming with a respectful forefront, but still being able to learn and to teach you guys. Some older people, like she was saying earlier, they just think that they're supposed to teach and then we should just listen to everything and then we don't have to, we're not allowed to teach anything to you guys because we are, sometimes because we're younger and other times it's because of how, you know, you guys were brought up, like you said, throughout the generations, because everything is different. Like with my Yeah, with Mr. Damon, he said like we are teachers. Everybody can teach everybody something. I have my great grandma. She's old. I'm not gonna lie. All the time, I don't necessarily want to talk to her because she can ramble sometimes, but I still will sit there and listen, and that is a form of respect that I have for her. But also, my great grandma will sit and listen to me and let me teach her things. So yes, I'm going to be open and honest and be okay with learning and teaching from her because I can come from a standpoint of knowing that she will listen to me, I will listen to her, and we will have that is a clear communication. Like as many problems that we will have, I won't have much with her because I know it will go both ways. Like I said with the teachers, how you guys teach us and how you allow us to teach, how you allow us to come in and give our presentations, and it does not have to be something specific. That is a big help. That is something that I did not like about school, where it has to be specific all the time. I like it when it's open because it's like it just gives much more of an open space, and you guys are open to listen and you are encouraging that too. Because when you guys just when we're learning and then it's kind of just all right, you learned it, let's move on to the next thing. We can't go back and forth. It's just like, okay, you learned, let's do this, and then you guys are kind of expecting us to stay engaged and open, and that's not how anybody works. Honestly, nobody's just doing the same thing over and over and over again without having something else added onto it or something different. And I really just feel like with that respecting, we really will respect you guys. We really will. Even the craziest acting of us, you just have to come. We have to come to each other in a way that we find out where we can still be ourselves and we can still learn and teach from each other, but also it's not like a push and a pull at the same time, because it's back and forth, and then that's creating problems in circles back and forth.
Now, Ms. Mama AJ here.
Okay, come on, Mama.
One of the things that I tell adults and a lot of times parents of teenagers is a lot of us forget what it was to be a teenager and what we were like. And that disconnect for us a lot of times doesn't allow them to just be people, just be who they are as children. We have so many expectations about how they're supposed to behave and what they're supposed to do. Now, I've told this story before in Sankofa Club, but I was a foster child. And one of the things that I hated as a teenage foster child was this idea of if I went to someone's house, that they thought that I needed to be more grateful or more thoughtful or more caring or to do more chores or to do more whatever than other teenagers may have been doing, or that my attitude shouldn't have been what it was. And I remember as an adult running into another person who was interested in being a foster mom, and she said, well, I don't get it because they all have attitudes and they're all this. I said, but did you have attitude when you were a child? When your own children, did they not roll their eyes? Did they not get upset about not being able to go out on Saturday night or whatever the case may be? Mm-hmm. And when I said that, it struck a nerve in her, and her reaction turned to something completely different. I said, there's those expectations sometimes have to be adjusted, because we also have to adjust to what the children's needs are. Now, those of us who are dealing with economic disadvantages and all of those things, yes, that creates another layer for us, but we can't just leave the youth, no matter how disrespectful they can be at times or how we can be affected by them, because they can't do it to us as well. They need us just as well as we need them, no matter how old or young we are. And I think once we get that back, I'm not saying let someone trample all over you and things like that. Like my grandma would say, I ain't letting nobody run over me. Granny, I didn't say let them run over you. There's a difference between those two things. But I believe that that'll strike that balance for us in our communities.
Love it. I love it. Listen, first of all, I just want to say, Mama AJ, first of all, now I was gonna make like a little snide remark on Sister Queen AJ lied to us about her age because she sounds so mature. For her speaking, wait, hold on. Queen AJ lied to us, and Josette lied to us because somebody else said that. They said ain't no way that sister's 68 years old because black definitely don't crack, right? So right, but and then like the maturity of her, but then hearing Mama AJ is like, okay, well now you understand where she gets her viewpoints from. So you know what they say that apple don't fall too far from the tree. But thank you, sisters, for participating. Is this Maxine? Maxine, how you doing, sister? All right, come on in.
I'm fine. I've been moving around. I'm in Atlanta right now.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'll be in Brazil in September. Will you be going with us to Brazil?
Yes, I will. We gonna be back together again. I love it.
Yes, yes. I want to say a few things as a
Come on,
teacher, a retired teacher.
take your time.
Education, 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 education has to be a major area of focus. And I think that we need to begin to develop those brains, not when the child is born, but while the child is being developed within the mother's womb. There's so much science out there that talks about reading to the child while the child is in the womb, playing music, vibrational sounds that impact the brain. So I think that as a people, we need to look at developing that giftedness, that genius, while the brain is being developed. And we tend to wait until, in many cases, after the baby is born, and then we began to try to get them to be adept in their learning. I think, secondly, that teaching our children to read by third grade is too late. And as a first grade teacher of many years, and as a new teacher coming from Norfolk, Virginia, going to Detroit to teach, all of my students were able to read by first grade. I think that our expectations of our students, of our children, the expectations are too low. At those early ages, that's when the brain soaks up the most knowledge. So as parents, brown and black parents, we need to assure that our children are reading by first grade, because in many cases, those other ones are coming to school already reading. And while they are young, I emphasize, while they are young, we have to instill in our children what I call respectful fear. Respectful fear. That does not mean hitting them beside the head. It doesn't mean beating them. It means letting them know when you say, come here, you come to me immediately. And I have a granddaughter who's having a problem in school as far as responding to her teacher when she says, come here. So what did I do as a grandma? And they call me Nana. We talked about that, and we rehearsed how it looks and how it sounds when your teacher says, come here. I'm appalled at some parents who are not teaching their young children to respect them at an early age. If you don't get them while they are young, you definitely don't have them when they're older. Additionally, when I was a principal, I had and this was in a preschool through sixth grade building. I had a morning announcement. I said the announcements, and then I said, remember, have peaceful hands, peaceful feet, and a peaceful mouth, and represent your parents well. And lastly, remember this. I don't care how smart you are, you cannot outsmart the system. The system will get you every time. And I can see students 20 years later, in the mall or somewhere, and they still remember that announcement. Although one young man who was an Uber driver says, I don't remember peaceful hands and peaceful feet, but I definitely remember you cannot outsmart, the system. So I think that we have to capture these students while they're younger. So as teenagers and young adults, they are able to respect themselves, because they can't respect anybody else, I think, until they respect themselves. And I'll just say this this last thing.
Do you think?
I do workshops, self-esteem team building workshops. And I do a couple of things I'll tell you about. One is the concept of E plus R equals O. That stands for the events in my life plus my response equals the outcome. So we have to teach our children to use that concept. If someone is bullying you, that's the action. Your response could be to fight them and get suspended. That's the outcome. Or it could be to walk away and go tell an adult. So we have to teach our children that they are in control of their actions. They are in control of their actions. And the last thing I was going to be quiet is I tell the young people that you don't have any children now, but one day when you are 25 years old or maybe 30 years old, you will have a family. So whatever you are doing now in your young life, as a middle schooler or high school student or college, whatever you're doing right now in your daily living is what you would want your own child to be doing. Your future child is already embedded inside your body. And they are there as your biggest cheerleader right now, your biggest motivator. Saying, Mom, Dad, don't do that. Don't do that. You know better. You wouldn't have me do that. Or, Mom, good job, Daddy. Thanks for doing that. That's the same decision I'll make when I'm manifested as a child or whatever. But I think that we got to teach our children respect. We got to grow those brains earlier. And we have to also be models for them. One thing that I have never said I would do is argue in front of my children. We have 3 sons that we raised, 3 sons. Those boys have never, this is the truth. Those 3, I have never had to break them up from fighting, because we taught them. Number 1, you bet not do that. Respectful fear. And I think that we have to get back to making sure that our children are raised in the proper manner. I've seen kids just ignore their parents. And I think this gets on my nerves. It really does. But we got to raise our children, and we got to get them reading at an earlier age. That's it for right now.
Right. I love that for right now, because we definitely going to need you to come back in. Yeah.
I'm so, yeah.
That was great. They loving you in the comments, by the way. Somebody said I needed to hear your message here today. But that's good. I want to echo that early reading. I'm a proponent. I'm a big proponent of reading and math. And I always say, little black boys, little black girls that know how to read and know they mathematics can do anything in this world. There's no limitations. There's nothing else to talk about. And this should be our number 1 priority. And I'm gonna say this because I'm messy. And I'm messy, and y'all need messy people in your life because one, we laugh and we have a good time about it, but y'all thinking it anyway. Now I know y'all out here. I know y'all know that song. Whoa, 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 I got my boots on the ground. Right, where them fans at? Come on, y'all know where them fans. Yeah, where them fans at? And yeah, have y'all seen that little girl though? She like three, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 years old, and she done got like big doing the little dance, and she know her dance. And the people instantly say, "You know that dance? Do she know how to read? Do she know how to do this, or do she know how to do that?" Now I don't know the little girl, and I ain't gonna speak to it. But what I want you to understand as a parent, grandparent, great grandparent, mentor, person in the community that give a damn, if a child can learn that dance, they can read. I don't want to hear it. Ain't nothing else to talk about. And it might take longer than expected. They might not be able to read today, but if they got the capacity to grab that dance, then you can teach them how to read. Again, whether it's by what did you say, Maxine? What was your goal?
But E plus R equals O, or the what?
The reading, how old should they?
Reading about first grade.
First, oh, you said first. Oh my God, I'm 4 years old. I'm like 4 or 5. In my opinion, I think you should be reading about 4 or 5 years old. That's backed up by zero data. That's backed up by anything other than ambition, right?
But the thing is, the state is saying by third grade.
Okay, third grade. That's ridiculous.
The other people, they come to school, them kids are reading in, like you said, as 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds. And here we are, we don't even know, in many cases, not all cases, we don't even know our ABCs or are counting to 10. And they can watch Sesame Street and all those programs to learn that stuff.
Right, right.
And
I love the music. I love the energy. I love the choreography. I love all of the stuff. And I think they should be able to do it all. They can. First of all, they can.
Yeah.
If they can dance, they can read,
Learn
they can
those-
sing, they can recite poetry, they can do backflips, they can make a basketball shot. They can do it all. I don't think we should be limiting our children. I guess
Absolutely.
that's where I'm getting at.
Yeah, they can soak it up. And look, you're talking about age. I'm 79 in October.
79.
But I'm thinking
over here lying today. Everybody lying. I'm 35. The hell with it. Y'all just lying too. We all lying. Everybody, Josette lying, AJ lying. Yeah, not Maxine lying. Greg, I'm gonna add when it's your turn. I want you to lie.
But I'm seriously thinking about returning to teaching one more year.
Uh-oh.
Just to prove to people in Lansing, Michigan, that kids can learn to read consistently, because I did it consistently, and my kids scored above national levels. Never flunked a child in my career. And that's because I accelerated and not remediated. I accelerated and I brought everybody along with me. I'm considering I might just go and apply one day, because I want to show that kids can learn consistently, by first grade.
I love it. I love it. Come on. Sister Maxine says she coming back like Jordan wearing the 4-5, y'all. Y'all remember in 95 when Jordan came back.
Just one more year.
One more year. It's like coming back.
1 year.
I love it. If you decide to come back, can you film it? Wouldn't it be like an interesting documentary?
That's what I wanted to happen.
That would be interesting. Let's talk about it. Maybe
I
I can assist with somebody that can film it. I don't know if I can do it, but that would be interesting. Like, I would love to hear the study. I just like pushing the conversation. So
yeah, we'll talk about it.
I'm looking forward to. I was talking about Brazil earlier yesterday. So I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, Maxine has not only been on. It's ironic. I put up Sankofa experiences. I was just looking for a different background, but she's been on multiples of our Sankofa experiences and have brought, how many people? 20? No, 15 people, 13 people.
It's 8.
That's 13, 8, 13. We lying about our age. We might as well exaggerate the numbers.
Yeah.
Queen AJ say I ain't 35. You right, Queen AJ. I am 34. You're exactly right. I am not 34. All right. Thank you, Maxine. Please come back on the discussion if you want to jump back in. I got Sister Sharon, then Brother Jackson. Dr. Jackson wants to jump in. We ain't we ain't figured out how to raise the hand. So Greg, if you're looking at the order, he's in between you. But Sister Sharon, come on into this conversation. What say you, young lady?
Oh, 81 years old.
Oh, here we go with this.
Okay, but that's for real.
Everybody just lying. Okay.
No, that's for real. Okay, I am.
Come on, 81. Let's go.
Okay, I'm a retired workforce development individual who went into the school system about 10 years ago.
Okay.
As a substitute. Because I, of course, being older, had a different system that I was raised in. But my daughter, she's also in education and with several degrees. And she said, Mom, when you tell them about respect, you have to demonstrate and show them that. They don't have a clue what you're talking about.
Wow.
So you have to give them examples because they thought, unless they were cursing me out, they knew that could be it. But they didn't understand the other nuances of what respectful was. So that was so helpful. So I would go in and on that level, like, let's.
You got like a little low. Sharon, Sister Sharon. Sister Sharon, she can't hear me. Sister Sharon, you got like low, you got low on me. I don't know what happened. Did you face away the mic? She not hearing me. Hey, Sharon, Sister Sharon, your volume went down. Oh, she's missing it. Hello, Sharon. Hello, Sister Sharon. Can you hear me? Your volume went down. I'm not sure why your volume went down or what happened, but it's hard to hear you. She not only can we not hear her, she can't hear us. Can y'all hear me? Y'all hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
What happened? I'm not sure how to approach this. I don't know. I don't want to mute her.
I messaged her. She should get it together.
Here we go. See, this is why you need them young people around. Queen AJ was like, we ain't gonna just keep talking. We're gonna just box her. Thank you, sister. Queen Sherry, I'm not sure what's happening. We can't quite hear you.
Okay. I hope you can hear me. But anyway, he understood the idea because he knew right from wrong. I might be
heard right from wrong.
But the teacher is right from wrong.
Yeah. Queen Sherry, I'm sorry. We can't quite hear you.
Let someone else come on and then I'll come up back on.
Okay, yeah, maybe sign off and then come back on. I don't know. I'm old. Yeah. We all pretending our age. I ain't old enough to do this, but I believe in restarting your computer, right? I ain't old enough. I'm like Queen AJ. I'm young, so that's like a new thing to reboot. But just try rebooting it. I heard that was a thing. Chat GPT told me that. Queen AJ, I know about Chat GPT. You can't do me like that. Dr. Jackson, I know Dr. Jackson was trying to get in. Then, Brother Greg, I got you coming up next. Then Queen AJ, Josette, after that. Dr. Jackson, come on in.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, brother?
Yes, sir. I got you.
Man, this is a lot going on with this dinner here. You know, I was full before my time. And, I had to write some stuff down because, the way the brain works, you know, and you want to get some points across. If you don't write them down, depending on your presentation level, you'll forget some key points. The sister who mentioned the music, you know, every generation, as we go from generation to generation, music is incorporated and we adapt to it. And unfortunately, with our youth, the music that they listen to, the music that they love, unfortunately, is their language. Unfortunately, because it's a business and all the rappers are doing is creating a product. And this product is feeding their families. Because it's not just the music. These rappers are getting off into lines of clothing, alcohol. So they're adding other businesses to this that's subliminally having these kids not just love their music, but their clothing lines. And then when they see their peers wearing their clothing lines, whether it be before school, whether it be on the bus, whether it be on social media, you know, whether it be whatever tools that are being used, they gravitate to it. Because just like the N word, okay, the nigger word, excuse my language, okay, but they even come up to a point where it's not spelled the same the way we use it, it's nigga, you know? And so their meaning isn't our meaning. So much is missing between the communication gap, because a lot of these homes, you know, when we talk on this dinner, we talk about parents, plural. But how many households are parent, singular? It's just the mother playing the dual role. And she has a lot of these mothers, they have their agenda, and their agenda isn't finished with the nonsense. So they're not, teaching mode isn't high on their priority because some of them ain't finished, unfortunately, with the streets. Some of them ain't finished, unfortunately, with their agenda. So when their kids come home from school, a key point is missing. Sitting the kids down at the table and letting the kids get whatever they need to get off their mind at that table. Once they come in the house, the line of communication is open. How was your day? How was school? How was this? How was that? And even over the dinner table, being able to say grace instead of them taking their food to their room and closing the door. You know, a lot of basics is being missed, but unfortunately, the single mothers who are, and the grandmothers who are younger now, mama them is what in her 30s now? When mama them used to hold it down, but mama them wasn't raised to be on the real mama's hip, licking the spoon and wanting to lick the spoon when that batter was being stirred. So much is being missed. I've been blessed enough to be in the school system with my program because I brought a peer mediation program to the schools. Because even when teachers say, all right, it's about being bullied, go find an adult. In their language, that's snitching, unfortunately. And then our kids become introverts because they don't want to be a snitch, they don't want to be bullied. And unfortunately, since they become introverts, here comes the suicide rate. Because they wasn't taught to exhale, they wasn't taught to vent, they wasn't taught to look up the right person to communicate with without putting their their livelihood, or in the cafeteria not being labeled as a snitch. And that's why it's important to have schools have mediating programs so students can be mediators in those schools. One thing I used to do when I was in the schools, I was in high school with a program, and I was in a middle school. I used to go hang out in the teacher's lounge. I think I had said this before. I used to go hang out in the teacher's lounge. And I used to just listen to the teachers in their conversation. I would listen to the fourth grade teacher, talk to the fifth grade teacher about students in her class, negatively talking about those students. Oh, they're a handful. Oh, they this. Oh, they that. So that's putting a preconceived notion and preparing that fifth grade teacher to shut that kid down before he even says good morning when he starts your class the next year. And there's a thing called, with the PPT. If the young, especially with young boys, if young boys are going to these meetings, their parents are going to these meetings about their behavior, and they have all these professionals, and it is just the mother. Okay, the mother's very intimidated by these professionals around the table. There's no male up in there with substance to hold them accountable or to be representation for their child. A lot of times it's just the mother. So we need to come up with some supportive ways, okay, that men can support single mothers when it comes down to their boys who are being labeled, to help these sisters represent as far as their boys go when it comes down to the schools lying on their sons. Because the schools ain't gonna admit their failures. They're gonna pass those failures on to your children, and next thing you know, alternative education is being requested.
Yeah.
And Dr. Jawanda Kenjufu said, based on
Recently passed. Rest in peace to the ancestors.
Yes, sir, soldier. Said, based on our young boys' third grade reading levels,
Listeners,
they're building prison cells.
Yes.
That's a diabolical survey. So if you're telling me that based on my young boy's third grade reading level, if he ain't a good reader and you pass him to the fourth grade and he's still stuck on the first grade, so he's getting reading level farther away from his actual grade. So now that introduction to the school to prison pipeline comes to first. But so therefore, funding should be definitely implemented along that line to make our young, like the sister said, first grade. We got to make these kids love reading.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, not like reading, love reading. Because a lot of these kids that I talk to, they want to go to college. Okay, so if you want to go to college, you should do your research to find out how many pages that professor is going to tell you to read on your first day of class. But if you don't like reading, you're not going to last that semester, because that teacher, that not my bad, that professor is liable to tell you,
how many women seriously?
We're meeting for the first day on Monday, but I'll see you again Wednesday, and I want you to read 30 pages before we read. I see you Wednesday.
Okay.
And that's a rude awakening. That's a real rude awakening. So there's been so much said, on these Sunday dinners, but we have to mobilize the soldiers, because if we don't look at this as war, okay, we're going to continue to become victims.
Real talk.
And this is war.
Real talk.
I'm coming up with a 4-point plan, right? One of the plan: A, Army; 2, Navy; 3 Air Force, 4 Marines. So each one of those is the 4.
Wow.
Just like there's 4 seasons: winter, spring, summer, and fall. Okay, so we got to strategically put something together. If it's going to be 4, the Army would deal with one thing, the Navy another thing, the Air Force another thing, the Marines another thing. Okay, we'll address one issue to winter, one issue to fall, one issue to spring, one issue to summer. Okay, so collectively, we have to support these single mothers. Okay, because these single mothers are being overwhelmed by the video games, by the chats, by communications, by the TikToks, by the Facebooks, you know, and by all this technology, and they don't got no help. And so they're just letting the schools do what they want to do with our kids. So until we strategically put a plan together, and the men soldiers, we got to be soldiers.
Mm.
Okay, that's why we have to groom this army. The elder army help groom the younger army. Okay, we got to go 4 generations down. Let's do it by the 4s. Let's go 4 generations down. I'm 70 years old. Since we lying, no, I ain't lying, but I'm 70 years old. So we got to really strategize. And you got a platform, and a number of us got a platform. Okay, so let's universally put this platform to work and utilize a command center, and this could be our command center. I love you, family.
Hi, this is Sharon Howell. Get
That's
back.
very good.
I lost out. I don't know what was going on with my phone. I have a question of Dr. Jackson. I know everybody has a part, but looking at teachers who seem to be catching it from every direction. You know, this is not Little House on the Prairie where you have teachers who have no other responsibility than the kids they have before them. These young teachers, middle-aged teachers, older teachers, they have responsibilities too. I'd like for some of the other educators, tell me what is our expectation for them to be everything to everybody? So can you kind of help me out with that? Because I see so many and hear so many young, you know, they've got husbands, maybe not husbands, maybe they're single parents too. And we want so much from them. And the first thing they want to do is blame the teacher. You all, not you all of you, but
How to encourage and
but
support and
but what's going to happen? They're going to end up homeschooling a whole bunch of kids if they can't get any teachers in the system.
Okay.
Tammy, I
And,
see you.
and
I
say
see.
it again, Mama. Please say it again because I was about to interrupt. Please.
I
Yes,
was
as an
I was trying
educator.
to get my
Yes.
phone to work right. You know how that is when you don't know what you're doing.
And
But
Freddie, that was a Dr. Jackson question.
well,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
could be any of the educators. It could be, I'm sorry,
Right.
any.
Let's let Dr. Jackson jump in. Then Tammy, I got you. I saw Maxine with her finger up.
Mama
Karen,
AJ.
you just set off a bomb up here. Sister
Well,
AJ, Queen
you know,
AJ want to jump in. So I got brother Jackson, Tammy, Maxine. Then brother Greg, I promise I'm coming back to you, brother. You next in the queue.
you got teachers who, when it's spring break, they go away, don't come back. In between time, they go home. They go home. I've seen substitute teachers quit. I've seen regular teachers quit after 30 days. They said, I didn't go to college for this. So I want you to help me.
You know,
If I start to feel better, because I haven't been in the schools but a whole year now. I was in there for 10, 12 years. What do I take back? I mean, help them. They need your help.
Yes.
you know,
Brother Jackson,
yes,
I give you a
yes,
quick
sir.
chance. Give you a quick chance to
Yes,
jump in
sir.
there.
One of the things I did was I because I've been on both sides. Okay. I'm 70 years old, and I was probably one of the first ones they were talking about ADHD and all them DDs and stuff like that back in the day. Okay. One of the things I volunteered to some of the colleges, okay, to help with those future teachers, because future teachers, when they get their diploma, they be on high octane of wanting to save the world when they get to the school and stuff like that. And it's a rude awakening when little Shaquita, instead of saying good morning, teacher, she say hello, bitch. You know what I mean? And so now the teachers who are energetically serious about wanting to teach, it's a rude awakening, especially when they're put in the inner city schools. Okay, because a lot of the inner city schools has no filter. And now and that's why a lot of these teachers, they do change careers. Okay, because they could be second and third generation teacher, but now it's a rude awakening because the stories that their mother and their grandmother used to tell them when they was teaching are totally flipped when they became a teacher. So it has to be a collectiveness of there are teachers who don't care. Don't get me wrong. Depending on the school, some teachers who have tenure, okay, they don't look at teaching our kids the way that they want because they're on their way out. But at the same time, a lot of this collectively, we're not strategizing as a collective unit for the betterment of the child. We're leaving so much on the teacher, and then the teacher leaving so much on the parent, and then the community leaving so much on both of them, you know, and they don't know who each other is. Because with our inner city schools, it's hard to get parents to come to parent night. So now there's no communication. There's a communication gap with teacher and parent, because a lot of the parents use the school system as daycare. So there's that gap that the teachers, and when the teachers try to call home, they done got the wrong number or the number's been changed. So a lot of teachers are doing the best they can, but at the same time, a lot of teachers is also burnt out. But at the same time, a lot of teachers is part of the problem.
No doubt to all of that. Man, that was deep. Sister Sharon dropped the bomb and then like skirted up out of here. I'm gonna let Brother Greg come in because he been holding his hand and being patient. So I appreciate you, Brother Greg. Jump in, sir. What say you? Wherever you want to jump in, right? We open and free flowing. Hey, and any of y'all that's after Brother Greg that want to come back, circle back to any of those discussions, you can.
Hey, Freddie. I ended up thought it was gonna be a while, so now I'm walking my dog. I got my little piece of paper because I had to write down everything.
I love it when my people get their pieces of paper, man. You know, you need it. You need it.
Weeks ago, I was a guy. Yeah, I was a guy 2 weeks ago that also talked to you about wanting to start the program with the T-shirts and your stuff and having the seminars and whatever I could put together. And I emailed you and forgot the person's name. So this sparks that even more after seeing the kids' presentation. I really want to get involved with that. I don't know if you remember any of that. We talked about it towards the end of Sunday dinner.
I do,
brother. I'll send you guys some follow-up. Yeah, I'll try to send you.
Oh, you like you fading in and out on us. Where is that me? That might be me. Y'all let me know.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Greg, you need to move back to closer to where your Wi-Fi was, because he's walking his dog and he might be out of range.
Brother Greg, tell you what, leave your hand up. Oh, you must have dropped. He must have dropped. All right, so we'll come back to him when he gets back in. Hopefully he puts his hand back up. I got Cecilia up next. You can jump in, sister. Come on. Oh, well, yeah. Because Maxine, I think you wanted to respond to one of Sharon's question. Was that?
Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
back.
So,
I'm back. Can I jump back in? Can I jump back in now that I'm reconnected?
Are you back?
Yeah, it just had to switch over because I'm walking the dog.
Okay, Maxine,
That's
Cecilia,
right.
hold on. Let me let Brother Greg.
I'll make it because I got to respond to everybody that just talked in the last hour. I'm trying to go down the list real quick. So AJ, I don't know if you heard me. I left off talking about great grandma. I love the fact you said you love to listen to your great grandma, but she, even though she rambles, and I was saying I was just talking to a young person about that, being of a certain age myself, but I love to surround myself with young people to learn the young world. We didn't have text and all that back in our day. We actually had conversations. So what you consider rambling is what we consider the normal conversation. And you guys nowadays, you got text messages, you got everything you want pictures. So we have to learn your language in that way and meet you where you are. And I love the fact that you said your great grandma will um, stop to you. I think that we all have to find the middle ground. I'm noticing everybody on here that's been speaking, we're all from our 60s to our 80s. So we are definitely of a different generation. I'm in that 60s group. We're all of a different generation that's how we communicated. But we have to also be open to learn how young people communicate and meet them in the middle. That's where I'm at with all that. The guy from St. Louis that's on here, I know he was on here the last couple of weeks. And the thing that got me is what he said, don't, sorry guys, walking the dog. Got to do the dog stuff, if you know what I mean. No athletes. My thing to, okay, I used to be a performer for 30 years, for kind of like all the time. I would talk to kids, we would do a kid show, deliberately do a kid show. And we would talk to the kids and then afterwards talk to their parents. And I remember many parents that were very afraid that their kids choosing a life as a performer, that they would not have any thing, you know, the fallback thing. And my thing was always, I would preach, not show business, which it becomes a big thing now. I was always preach the business of show. Make sure that the kid knows the business end of it. And if that is your dream, you have no right to kill a person's dream. If that's what they want to do, you got to make sure that they know about the business portion of it. Because to me, all the football is right now, all it is right now, to me, football is just new slavery. Because as much money as the owners of the teams making, the money amount that we don't make, it's just like being on a plantation. But look at what you know, you got to do deals like Ryan Coogler did with Sinners and things like that, because you got to know the business. So I think there's a 6 in one hand and 1 half in the other there. If it's something that your kid or any human has a passion for, just like these beautiful kids who just read, they could be voice actors, they could be anything they want, and they're still passing on knowledge and they're still being creative. So it's kind of like I'm a very much at this stage of my life meeting everybody in the middle when it comes to me being, I'm in my 60s. So relating to people who are in their 20s, the teenagers, we gotta meet them where they are.
Yes.
As opposed to complaining about what they're doing, just stop and try to really listen and find out how can I weave this in it. Look, we're the ones who gave them those Wii's and those whatever games. Don't give it to them. Or if you're gonna give it to them, get involved with it. Figure out why it gets into their mind so that you can get into their mind. I'm just saying, find the middle ground. Okay, I'm gonna keep moving. I got a little list here. Be open to ask young people questions and listen to the answer. Educate the meaning of history, and the gentleman who brought up the N-word, I hate that. Somebody hit me with that, an older brown gentleman next to a white gentleman that had a Trump shirt on. Said that in front of me the other day. I had to take my second, because you know you got to take that second. It's either going to be in
Your audio went off, brother.
there. Am I speaking? Am I there? Am I there? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Good now.
Yes. Okay. So I told the dude, I chose education moment. I was like, please don't say that word to me. I'm from the old school. That word, no matter how you try to change it, it still derives from something that is very negative. And he took it in a very positive way. Although in my brain, I was using a lot of 4, 5, 6 letter words. Especially he gonna say that to me right in front of a man standing there with a Trump shirt on. So I try to educate on that word, especially when young people come at me. Well, what about if I put the soft whatever? Like, no. You need to learn the origin. If you learn the origin of that word, then somebody else is like talking over top of me.
I got you. I'm working on it.
if you learn the origin, that's where it comes into reading, like all the teachers are talking about, and knowing the history, which you're teaching here. Even a lot of history. Look, I didn't know a lot of stuff. If it wasn't for urban intellectuals, I wouldn't know a lot of stuff. Because when I was young, they definitely ain't teach us nothing. And I was a founder of, I think I told you, it's Freddie the first one. I was a founder of the Black Student Union in my high school.
Yes.
Back in the 70s, just because of what was going on. And I still didn't know the stuff that I know now. So I'm a proponent of that N-word's got to go. I agree with what the doctor just said too about, because I was thinking about my own situation. Parents may not be educated. So if they can't, and I put parents, then I put the S in parentheses also, because what he was saying was single mothers and single fathers who are raising kids.
Word.
If they didn't have a certain level of education themselves, they can only pass on to you what they know. And that kind of was my situation. So when I left home 30 years ago on May 1st to move and start performing and stuff, and I was living in New York, I put it upon myself to learn different cultures, learn different things, try to learn different languages. And then I had to try to take that back home to actually pass that on. But now when you do that, you got to be careful, because some people get intimidated. It's actually fear. And they think, oh, you're trying to be better, but it's actually their fear of learning something new or being something different or change. So that goes back to what I was going to bring out with education. With education, in my experience, again, teachers, I would suggest, try to choose the right words, teach the same subject in several different ways, because everyone doesn't learn the same. So I learned that about myself, because I was a horrible student for a long time, being taught in the traditional ways of doing things. Someone said something to me one time, my father, said, how come you can learn those songs, but you can't learn the books? So I was like, well, how come I can learn the songs? And that's when I found out I learned through rhyme and acronyms. But once I found that about myself to this day, because I'm still in school now, I have to rhyme it, I have to make an acronym out of it. That's how I learned the same subject as somebody can sit down and read a book and know everything. So again, going into being open. Share life experiences with kids. Don't be afraid to share your life experience, good or bad. If something comes up and they're talking to you like, well, you know what? I was I was in that position at one time, and these were my alternatives. And these are ways that I thought of possibly helping the situation, not judging them, none of that, but actually sharing your experience. And I found that with younger people, it kind of brings a different level of respect, because you're showing that you're vulnerable to them and you've been through it and you had to work through it as well, not judging them, not putting your thumb on them, none of that. That's been my experience as well, because I teach voice, and I have a voice student like that. And it even surprised me that he didn't think I prepared for his class, because he keeps coming late. And I'm like, we're not having that. And I was like, you know, I have to prepare. Blah, blah. He's like, wait a minute, you prepare? I said, dude, what do you think? You walk in the door and I just go open your mouth and go, ah? Yeah, of course I prepare. I think about the things that I've noticed, what sticks with you, what keywords stick with you, what physical things I have to show you, all of that. So that brought a whole new meaning to it right there, because I'm like, I guess the teachers that you're used to, maybe they just didn't care.
Yeah.
You know, the bullying, that was a big one. I forgot your name, man, with the beautiful glasses on. That's almost 80. You were saying find an adult, and somebody else touched on this. I think the doctor did. I agree. That doesn't always work. That doesn't always work. That's real old school. That does not always work today. It didn't work back then, because
What didn't always
sometimes
work, brother? I
adults
missed it.
make it.
What didn't work?
The whole bully thing, bullied, and you said go find an adult. That doesn't always work. It does. Sometimes it makes the situation worse. I've found. I hear what you're saying, but there's got to be alternatives to that, because like somebody wrote in the comments a while ago something about being a snitch, but some adults were like, well, just go back and fight them. And you were saying, okay, if the person fights, they get suspended. But what if they got back into a wall and they don't have any choice? Again, I'm coming from the angle of there's got to be more alternatives than just go find an adult, especially nowadays, because the kids not only get bullied physically in their faces, they get bullied on social media. It's all kind of stuff. And you have kids who commit suicide from that now.
Yeah.
So I'm going back to find different alternatives. And again, I'm gonna go back to a lot of us on this call are still of a certain age, and I'm listening, and we still talk like our age group, and we still talk like a lot of the stuff that we went through. And it's hard to kind of break cycles sometimes.
No, it is.
But it can be done. And that's why I was really digging what AJ was saying about a lot of stuff and really honing into what she was saying and listening. Because she is a young person. She is trying to tell her something just from what she's saying. And one of those key points was my great grandma rambles. I bet you if I sat down, I was talking to her great grandma, I thought I'd be having a regular conversation because that's what we did. You see what I'm saying? It's like you really got to hone in on really what's going on with everything. And my last one, I'm gonna shut up.
Sister AJ laughed at that last comment, by the way. Yeah, I think
Oh, did
she
she?
laughed in agreement that
Okay.
you and great grandma would
Yeah,
have a
because I'm already
regular
look.
conversation.
I'm already rambling now. I got a whole sheet of paper. My
Nah,
last
brother, you
point. This
killing
is
the
a
game.
ramble right now.
No, you
And
killing the game. Keep going. Keep going.
going back to the last thing I said, I understand what the doctor is saying. If I really look out for the single mothers, but I'm gonna put it out there again. They are single fathers who are going through this as well. So we need a village for the fathers as well as the mothers.
Yes.
I'm done. Any questions, comments, whatever. Freddie, I hope to hear from you guys about. I really want to put that thing together. I have a great nephew I put in the chat who's 8, reads like a bandit, and sending him books, Black history books. They wanted to skip him in school, and his parents said no, and that really bothered me. So I've been really sending him advanced books, and he was so excited. He will read a book in a day. And that's why I want to get him into this program. But it also goes back to what I was saying about wanting to put those seminars or whatever together. So hope to hear from you guys on that.
No, we will. We'll follow up. And people are commenting, they saying thank you for your comments. Like they
Thanks,
appreciate
folks.
it. Sister AJ appreciate you. And I want to hear her thoughts on some of the things you said.
Okay.
Thank you.
Me and my mom have a lot of thoughts.
Oh, there we go. They're coming in, brother.
Okay, Mama, you go first.
Respond to him. He wants to.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. So yeah, when it comes to, I feel like a big point that I want to focus on is being ostracized as a teenager from groups, because especially for me, like I feel like for y'all it was different when y'all could go to a teacher and explain something that happened. For us, we literally, it's not just like, oh, they're gonna bully you. They not only they're gonna bully you, they're gonna put you out of groups. Nobody is gonna talk to you. Nobody is gonna listen to you, in and outside of school. And it's a thing where the word, how it gets around is gonna get around in a way that is not just like, oh, that person, don't talk to that person. It's gonna be, they're lame, they're stupid, they're slow. Like we can be really degraded as teenagers of how we respond to each other. And that makes it hard for those of us who are, I don't know if educated is the word, but those of us who have some sense to to communicate with those other children. Like for me, it's I cannot, like there are girls my age just doing stuff. They walking around wearing no clothes. They got all this makeup in their face. They wear wigs. And I'm looking at them girls and I'm just like, I can't do it. But those girls will literally not talk to you at all just because of that. Or if I try to talk about something smart, like if I try to bring up to them about the volcano that's being monitored right now, they're gonna look at me like I'm slow and be like, who are you talking to right now? Because we're not interested. And it's hard for us, or those of us who are, like Mama said, have some sense, some home training, to be with those groups of people if we know that they're going to treat us some type of way. And then when it comes to those of us who, might try to talk to the teachers and stuff about it, or hang out more with teachers and stuff like that, we're, like I said, we're just looked at as totally separated from the groups of us, from groups of teens. We are just completely separated, and it's just really bad. And I feel like a lot of those don't understand that, how serious it can get with us because of how the culture is, teen culture is right now, because we just can be very separative, and it's not just like you just don't hang out with people. And some adults just look at it as, okay, you're unique and you should be fine being by yourself. But like I said, the culture is once you're by yourself, that's even worse, because then you really are gonna deal with that bullying and literally being cut out of everything when it comes to being a teenager just because of how the culture is.
They said, with that is they are not only ostracized by their own peers, they are also ostracized by adults, as we've already mentioned. So then adults also treat them like recently, Mother's Day, actually, I had to remind mostly my younger siblings, but also older sibling, and then some young adults that are just a few years older than she is, that she's still 16. And everybody's thought process is, well, she's becoming an adult, or she is, maybe you should let her do more of this, or she should be able to be in this way. And people don't realize that we're putting them in these boxes and wanting them to become little adults and things of that nature, that causes a rift in their lives in a way that some of us really don't understand, because we haven't seen it, or we're not delving into their worlds in ways other than joining them on a TikTok video or something, and creating those bonds with them.
I was gonna say, because like that stuff, like doing stuff with your parents or doing stuff with you, that stuff is looked at as lame. And like somebody said in the comments, they attack you, it seems. For us, it's literally being attacked. People will jump you for nothing. Like, it doesn't even have to be girls fighting over a boy anymore. Like, you could say you don't like somebody's outfit of a group, and then people are jumping you. We can be real violent nowadays. And that it's like, y'all, not all of y'all, I know like some of y'all do understand what's going on and y'all see and hear us, but the massive, everybody does not understand that it's literally being attacked.
I gotta jump in. One, I want to say a couple of things. But my first thing I want to say is, Queen AJ, I would love to interview you on my podcast. And I would love to have you and your mama. I want to talk to you mostly, but mama, I'm gonna need that mama insight. Come on, mama, you in here jumping in. So I love that. But I want to hear, I'm in the comments, right? And we're fascinated because you're able to articulate your perspective as a young person talking to older folks, right? And being honest. And I think you feel safe enough to just say what needs to be said. But what I want you to understand.
I gotta interrupt you.
Go ahead.
You know why she does that?
Why?
Because I've allowed her to do it since she was little. Like Dr. Maxine is saying, I allowed her. People told me I talked to my child like she was an adult, or I talked to my child like she understands me. I didn't baby talk her with certain situations. I didn't shut her up when the elders, though, in the family was like, you're letting her get away with too much, or don't let her do that. Why are you allowing her? And I'm like, she's okay. There's a boundary that has to be set. I set them. Don't get me wrong. We have our butt head moments where I'm like, all right now, come down. Come down.
Baby girl giggled over that one. Like,
however, you have to allow them to do it, but it starts young. And I still have that problem. She had one of my younger sisters, and I have to remind my sister, no, you can't get on her about that, because she is allowed to express herself as long as she's not using words that are disrespectful or coming at you in a tone that is rude. But if you say something that's not right, I don't believe in, you respect that person just because that person is an elder. No, you respect people because they are people. But if you want the title of an elder, then you have to act like one. So she's able to discern, hey, you know what? Maybe I need to step aside. I've had situations where I've had to tell them, if you have a problem, you leave it alone. and then you talk to me, and I'll go and address the adult if that's what needs to be done. But some people don't understand, or they are afraid of children crossing the boundary, and they say, well, you gave them too much leeway, so that's your fault. However, if their foundation is where it needs to be, they'll always come back.
Right.
And some people don't understand that they're going to still go through their phases. Like I did as a foster kid, I got left as a teen at her age. And people do not understand that, thinking that because a student is intellectual or they get straight A's or they do this, that, and the other does not mean that they are becoming adults and they'll be fine in life. This is not how it works. So you have to be able to listen, but you have to teach them when they are listening, not once they've developed their own bull heads. And trying to get people to understand that my nephew recently ran away from home, and what everybody brought up was me, because I tried to tell them when he was 1, 2, 3 years old, hey, you guys, stop. Hey, we can't do that. Hey, there's a reminder that, no, let's switch this. He's a young male. What are we supposed to do? And now you guys are upset and you're saying, hey, TT, what are you going to do? Ma'am, all I can do is direct you to the nearest services that are available, because you guys have not allowed me to do my duty as a part of this child's village. And then now you expect for me to pick up everything. I can't now.
Yeah.
I can only do what you allow me to do. And once they get in their own set, that's why it's so hard for some of the teens to come around, even as young adults, because I got in trouble. I got in trouble in high school. They couldn't stand my mouth. But I wasn't disrespectful, but I also wasn't going to allow educators to disrespect us as youth. I did it, student council, LSC, everything, but I did not tolerate. And some adults understand. They'll clap, like Dr. Maxine just did. She's shaking her head. Mr. Gregory, same thing. But there are other adults who look at that as, nope, she's a child. She needs to go sit down and be in a child's place. But it's not that simple, especially today, when children are doing more things than adults are. They have more responsibilities. They have a whole new realm. Like some of us say it like, oh, I could never imagine going through this. They get upset with my daughter not having social media. Social media is for 18 and older. I don't know how many times to tell these parents this. I don't know what programs, what LSC meetings, PTA meetings, whatever. I've told them. It's one thing to allow them to view it, right? They're allowed to see some of the videos on YouTube, or for us to go and have the conversation back and forth with one another, or if there is something going viral and things of that nature, I do allow them to indulge. But can they just have free range to social media? Absolutely not. But it also requires for you as a parent, there was something I had to learn to do. They're no longer in public schools. We're homeschooling now. However, when they were in public schools, one of the things that I had to learn is no matter how hard it is, I had to find a job that fit my children's schedule. And as your children, if your family size increases and you don't have support and things of that nature, it becomes more and more difficult. Now, that's my own talk, but that's just my response to that part. And I'll have my other comments later, because I know I see a couple more hands raised. But that part gets into what I wanted to speak on. But speaking with the children, the youth really need a lot. And a lot of us just don't want to give anymore.
That's what I mentioned earlier.
Wow. Look, I don't know. I don't even know how to follow that up. Look, I bit something, so I'm over here chewing, y'all. Look, Grandma she feed me stuff on the side, y'all.
Yeah. Can I follow that up? No, can I speak now?
Who is that? Come on in, Maxine.
Okay.
I got Miss D. Tubman, Dr. Maxine, then we're gonna close out with Cecilia. Go ahead, Maxine.
Okay, number one, I want to see Miss Collins's face, because she was so powerful and so passionate about what she was saying. But as a former teacher and principal, started off in 1968 in Detroit. Teachers, doctors operate on brains, one brain, and they might get paid $30,000 for that one operation. Football players, although it's a physical game, they catch balls, they throw balls, they fall, and they get up and they're hit down again, and they get paid $7 to $8 million. Beyonce, I don't know how rich she is. Teachers who operate on 25 to 30 brains, 180 days a year, plus summertime when they're working sometime. But the beginning salary might be $40,000. We need to pay them what they are worth. We need to recruit the best and the brightest. Nobody wants to go 5 years to college and get $40,000. The children are our future.
Shoot, they ain't gonna go 5 years to get 40 grand. Right.
That's right. Students are our investment in our future. Education is the way that America can become a world-class city. The other people don't want us to be educated, but we need to recruit the best and the brightest. And we're not doing that. But people who go into teaching, I think, initially go into that because they care about students. They want to be helpful. But the students we have today are not the ones that we had in 1968 when I started teaching. And therefore, we go back to the family has to raise the child to be respectful at an early age. And if we don't do that, then we are going to continue to face problems. But you have to have a tough teacher in that classroom. I was a tough teacher. My husband was a tough teacher. And I told the kids, do not keep me from teaching you and other children. Because if you do, with a smile on my face, I'm going to get my time back. And I was one who would show up at your mother's door after school. I was one who said, no, you're not going to have lunch until you get my work done. You have to have high expectations. And I personally, when I was a teacher, I didn't really need the parents. Because in that classroom, I was the parent, the teacher, the mother, the father, the grandmama, the nana. I was everybody in one.
Y'all cooking.
I was serious. For me, I'm cooking my dinner right now. Watching.
Yeah, you cooking. Grandma like, woo, give that girl another piece of peach cobbler or something good. Boy, we cooking. Come on. I'm sorry, sister. Go ahead.
I want to see Miss Collins' face. Okay, that's it for me.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. No, and I've been inboxing.
Mama Sia, give us a second.
Say it again. We missed it.
Mama said she gonna turn the camera on. Give her a second.
Yeah, I'm in the background trying to organize my podcast interview with Queen AJ and Mama Queen AJ as well, because I feel like we need to hear these stories about them, right? Their engagement. And we definitely want to hear from the young people and push that conversation forward. So I'm gonna be quiet on that. Let me Miss Tubman's Tribe. Come on in. I know you've been waiting, sister. So thank you for your patience. I got that.
Hey, yo.
Yeah, come on.
Hey, yo. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Happy Sunday, everybody. How y'all doing? I hope everything is well. I love everything that I heard. I apologize. I got here about an hour ago. I'm so outdone because this is my kind of dinner.
You've been cooking. Grandma been cooking today.
Yeah. I'm so glad I tapped in. It's been a minute.
Good.
So I've heard quite a few people, and I'm over here snapping and running around the building, y'all dropping them nuggets. I'm stepping in here as a teacher. I'm gonna come as a parent, as a coach, as a mentor. First thing I heard was something about the culture and respect, as it relates to teaching the young people about respect, because they don't understand what we are saying to them as far as respect goes.
Right.
My response was that white culture is different. The majority of the schools that I've been in, I've had Black teachers myself, but the ones that I've worked in, have volunteered in the last 26 years, is predominantly white, and their culture is different. Even down to the smacking of the lips and the rolling of the eyes, they let it go. But in a home, you will get your head knocked off if you pull something like that. White culture is different. Um, when I think about that, I think about the assimilation of the school system, that structure, and how things have changed, but we still hold on to that. Even when we walk in, we're expecting the same assimilation that we went through. And one of the brothers, he walked that thing so well. We have to meet them where they are. We have to get out in there and volunteer and observe and see what's happening. Uh, just talk to them. Relationship is so key. We have to help the parents navigate the system. We can go in there and say, hey, come out to our program, but the students still have to go into the war zone. And I fully stand on that one. And I got your back. If you need me, holler at me. I'll drop my email. Tubman's Tribe. We out of here. That's where I'm at. So, but while we're in, we got to help them navigate the systems of education. And that's the part that administration and other educators don't really see. They don't understand that they are leaders within those systems. And if they have unions, and I know they do, that you tap in and you empower yourself through that. Um, Snitches get stitches. Um, I I know that because I come from the South Side streets of Chicago. I've been fighting since I was 11. My knee's bad right now. I'm almost 50. I had to give it up a long time ago. I turned to the gangs. I dropped out of school, all of that. I was smart and people didn't like it, but I was also a badass. And so I didn't care. I particularly don't care for cliques because I looked at their fruit. Although I wanted the dress that they had and all of that, my home was enough within itself. So the safe adults wasn't my choice, but safe adults came to me. And I am that safe adult that goes to the children because I listen to their stories. Just like AJ said, I know what she's talking about. I've lived it. I've talked to the girls I fought later on once we became adults, and they said, girl, you know how it is when you jealous. Jealousy is a nasty spirit. Jealousy to be in a clique, out the clique, mess with me because of the clique. Most of those girls with wigs and lashes, baby, they can't read and do math. They trying to hide that, right? And you are a threat to them because of that, because you're going to expose what they don't know. And a lot of them don't have the prayer. Back when I was 70s baby coming up, I was at the end of it. Prayer was there, whether they believed it or not, whether they came home and cussed and gossiped or whatever. They got to a main line because that main line covered me when I was in them streets, runaways for 3 years. And it was a seed that was planted for me, and I prayed for my kids. I was a teen mother, and you couldn't tell me I wasn't going to drop the gang and be with my children. But you also couldn't tell me that once I was positioned, that I wasn't going to be part of the solution for those that had a story that was very similar to mine. When I think about smart versus not so smart or in crowd, out crowd, it's only you. Sometimes you got to tap out of that stuff. And I love you, mama, for holding it down until they 18. It's nasty. You got to keep checking the fruit.
It ain't into this, beyond. It's beyond that. Like Dr. Maxine said, it's beyond even when you get out of college. I've told her, no,
Oh yeah.
these people are not going to push that she's an adult at 18. We're not doing it.
Amen. Amen. When I think about new math and assimilation or whatever is different and I can't, when we say that to our children and we don't tap in and learn with them, we set them off and place the whole thing on the teacher. We have our government taking away preschool and 4K programs. Children need to be heavily supported between the ages of 0 to 6 years old. And then the responsibility is shared with the teachers. For a lot of new educators, education is romanticized. It's back into the old assimilated system that we're no longer in. So when we think about like preschool and that kind of stuff, we got to look at how we vote, how we lobby, how we picket or do any of that kind of stuff, because that's where the money is coming from and that's where the money needs to be, because it supports what the parent is doing at home, but a lot of parents are not doing it. And when we romanticize education, while I was in my master's program, I had to give it to them in a raw. They wasn't ready. And it continues. It's the classes, it's the structure that they provide to us. We put too much responsibility, somebody said this, on our children. Most of my students are watching their siblings, taking them to the doctor's appointments when they're sick and everything, making choices versus raising them. Now, I was a latchkey kid too. I had a daughter that was a sister that was underneath me, but I could not raise her. I could not watch her. And I got in trouble for that and whatever, but I made it clear that I couldn't. We have to go back to our history. When we know our history, we wouldn't say and do half the things that we do. And that's what we have to give to our children while we're out there volunteering and things. Sometimes we do have to fight, sir. I ask my students, I say, come on, let's go in this room here. Y'all want to fight? We don't need no crowd. Come on in this room. I guarantee you, every single time the tune changed, those girls had conversations and they were able to work through it. Some of them didn't, and they went out in the field and they fought. It is what it is. It's not legal now, guys. Don't get me wrong. Shh, don't tell nobody, right? Restorative justice is what they use in the schools, but we need to be in there monitoring those type of things. One of the mothers said fitting that schedule around, that's hard for parents, fitting that schedule around their child. I did it. It's real hard, but it's so necessary. In the end, all we're good for is entertainment and manual labor. So we as parents, we know our children and what's in our children when they are young. We help them explore that so that when they enter into the system, they already have some type of trajectory that you tell that teacher, because you're the one in control. That's you. You tell that teacher, hey, this one ain't none of those other ones, right? You encouraging, you to support them all along the way. I run into way too many children in the middle and the high school that do not know what they want to do. And I have to take them through at least a 4-week exercise that takes them back to when they was little kids to explore. Many of them only want to do lashes, hair, cosmetology. I want to do basketball and this, that, and the third. And when I tap in, they want to be nurses and pediatricians and engineers and things like that. And I help them along the way. I am that alternative teacher and I love what I do. I give 110%. I wish they would come to me before they go through the 4 years of that high school that's going to strip them of everything, because they will know their history. They will stand tall and we will work through whatever it is, because I'm wearing all the hats. I'm mother, auntie, grandmama, nurse, coach, mentor, tough love, soft love, whatever you need today. That's what I'm giving. And I yield.
Come on, Miss D, with your bad self. You a bad, shut your mouth, girl. I love it. But this is what we need, and this is who a lot of our teachers are, and they just teachers, parents, mentors, people who give a damn are all of these things, but sometimes they just need a battery in their back, and they just need a community that they can come to and exhale like we are today, right? We exhaling, and we're saying things, but they need to be poured into. So come on with your bad self. You
I
bang.
love y'all and I love them. And anybody that needs young people that will stand and speak about their story and what the experience is, I got a tribe of them.
I love it.
Holla at your girl.
Yeah, let's stay
Here,
in
I need them.
contact.
I need them.
Come on, AJ, what you want to do? Where you at?
I'm coming. I'm coming.
I love that. Go and connect in the comments. But y'all about to hear from the AJ family. I don't know. AJ, the Collins family. There we go.
Okay.
Because I've been over here trying to make sure we get this podcast interview to go in because I need Mama AJ and Queen AJ.
Yeah.
To,
So Cecilia has had her hand up for a long. Cecilia Robinson has had her hand up for a while.
Oh no, she's coming up next.
Oh, she is.
Yeah, I got her, then I got AJ, and then we out of here, y'all. I always say that. Then where we at now? Well, we 2 hours and 40 minutes in, and it seemed like we just started. Like you don't even. I know, Cassandra, you feel like you just got here, but it feel like we just got here, right? Like I can't believe it's been 2 hours and 40 minutes.
3 hours and 40.
3 hours and 40 minutes. Oh, we gotta get the hell out of here, y'all. I'm sorry, Mama AJ. I'll be cursing a little bit.
We cursing here. We curse. You're not bothering us.
Cursing here. All right. Well, yeah, we amongst family, right? So Queen AJ, don't bring that back to the Sankofa Club. We're gonna keep that clean. But Mama Cecilia, come on into the discussion. What say you, young lady? Then I got Queen AJ or Queen AJ's mama. And then we gonna close it out, y'all, because we gonna go enjoy our Sunday and get an actual day.
All right. I'm also a former teacher, and I see things quite a bit differently because I spent most of my career as a teacher in psychiatric hospitals, day treatment programs. And the idea there is the damage that you do between 0 and 5, you can't fix. You can approach fixing, but they'll never be straight. And well, I think the problem is you have to take a test to get a driver's license. You have to go to school to get licensed in almost everything but being a parent. You just say, well, anybody can be a parent, but not so, because you parent like you were parented. And not too many generations ago, like my great grandparents were adults at the end of slavery. So how do you think they parented their kids when they likely were separated from their parents at a very young age? And how were they disciplined? They were beaten or sold away, separated from their families. And we have many people today that that's the accepted way because it worked for me as I was a kid, and see how I turned out, I'm all right. Yeah. Well, I broke the cycle of abusive parents in my family. And you don't know how hard it was because it's kind of it was ingrained in me that the way you deal with somebody is you snatch them up. When I started teaching, I worked with the Urban Teacher Corps. And what during the first week or 2 weeks of school, we visited every parent. We went to the kids' homes. We didn't ask the parents to come in to us. We did home visits and got to know the parents and let the parents know who we were and the style of teaching that we were going to be doing. And it worked wonders. Now, I wasn't in the hospital setting, I started out, I'm in New York City, and that place is notorious this place is notorious for putting the new teachers in the worst situation. So we had to do on-the-job training. And one of the things that I learned was about the post-traumatic slave syndrome. They changed it to stress syndrome. But the effect that slavery had on us and the way we parented our kids, we didn't listen to our kids. Children should be seen and not heard. And they don't get to say what they're feeling. You don't, you know, you're not allowed to have feelings. And that comes from the slavery situation that all of us have become involved in because my great grandparents were slaves. So my daddy and his siblings were brought up with the slave mentality. And we have to get away from that and teach children how to parent. They should know kinds of things to expect. You walk in the summertime, when you see these groups of day campers or that are going to summer school and they're out on a trip somewhere, and listen to how the young folks that are working with them talk to them. I used to say, I'll never be out of a job because of the way people approach them, especially Black kids in the inner city schools. Because those white teachers come in and are scared. They're scared of the 6-year-olds. So they spend all the time discipline. You got to get their behavior intact. You go, how is it that you got a misbehaving kid that never went to public school? One of the hospital programs I worked in had was a kindergarten through 6th grade. How do you have a 5-year-old that's been diagnosed severely enough to wind up coming to school in a hospital? I was a regular public school teacher, but I went to work in a locked unit in the hospital. I got a big key because I didn't turn it in. But to walk into the unit and unlock the door and lock it when I got inside. And it's due to the way people are parented. Mama AJ, I commend you because you make the difference because you listen. I paid attention to what music kids were listening to and said, do you understand the words? Yeah, the beat. Remember on Dick Clark, you say it's got a nice beat to dance to, so I give it a 85 or whatever. It may have a nice beat, but pay attention to what's going in your ears because that has effect on you. And what they're doing, I'm good friends with people in the music business. And the claim is they write those songs that way because that's what the white man, the owner, is asking for. He's not going to put it out there because they don't have the musician's interests at heart. They just want to make money. It is a business, and they'll go to the lowest point in order to make the money. So you got to start early. You got to read to them when they're in the womb. You got to play the right music. You got to sing to them. You got to teach them their culture, and they will respect you when they know you're listening, when they know that you understand and you can deal with them. And what they need to do is not have one semester where the young girl carries the egg around and has to protect it to show that they can take care of a baby. They need to know what's going to happen in the first year and what's going to happen in the second year and how to deal with the stomping of the foot and the no when they learn that word no. They need to know how to deal with it without throwing the kid against the wall or throwing them out or trying to beat a 2-month old to make them obey you. And that should be the most important program class in the school. And it should start maybe in the 6th grade or earlier and go all the way through about child development and how to deal with the hard issues. What do you do when they're up and crying all night and they get you frustrated and you want to throw them against the wall? You know, shut up, stop all that noise. You know, what do you do? But they don't teach that in the school, especially in our schools, because they really don't want us to learn. We have to take the things into our own hands and make sure that from day one or day negative 9 months to put the goodness into ourselves. And just like they didn't teach us our history and want us to be less than, that hasn't changed because that's what makes the system work. We have to do in spite of and teach our people in spite of, and they'll be fine. Because listening to these young people that we're talking today and listening to the ones some of the ones that I know, that they can do and they will do better, and that everybody can grow up and be better than, not less than, because we have been better than all of our lives. You know, they just lied to us. And I'm not lying when I say I'm close to 80. I'll be 78 next month. So, you know, this kind of a group needs to enlighten ourselves so that we can enlighten the rest of the world.
Well said.
That's where I go.
Well said, well said. And before I turn it over to Queen AJ or AJ's mama as our final comment, y'all know I love to talk to y'all. We can be here all day. But I just want to say that I love the fact that we got the youth, or at least representing Queen AJ, at the table having a voice in this conversation, because it's important, right? I think Mama Cecilia is absolutely right in what she's saying, and like we gotta have these conversations. And and the only thing I added to you, Mama Cecilia, was not just the young woman or girl at the 6th grade, not necessarily just protecting the egg and having these conversations, but also the young male. He needs to be there and be involved and be empathetic in this process as well, because that child needs both.
Both parents.
Yeah, I know you know
Right.
that, right? I know you know that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, everybody's supposed to be involved. I know when my daughter was in junior high school, they did that project, and the boys were involved as well as the girls. And they had partners that were taking care of the egg or the doll that cried. They had some of those dolls that cried when they were hungry and woke you up in the middle of the night and all of that. So we need more things like that because there is no training to be a parent.
No.
And definitely that should be one of the most important things, to train yourself and train yourself to be a parent. Have the training to be a parent. So
I agree.
that's all.
I agree. Well said, young lady. All right, we'll buy you. I'll give you a 79. I don't know. Queen AJ started this lying about ages, and everybody just started lying in here about. Nah, I kid. I kid. But no, but that is like it's the parental role, or it ain't even just parental role, the mentoring role, the community role, the raising of young people, right? The raising of young people shouldn't be left to just parents, right? And if our community can understand, or I wouldn't even say understand, remember, right? If we can remember how we used to do things pre-colonialism, the raising of children wasn't just on the parents. Now, I ain't saying that ain't your responsibility or this and that, but y'all know what it takes to raise a child. Somebody put it in the comments. What does it take to raise a child, right? Let's get back to that. I know what y'all gonna put. Let me give Queen AJ or Queen AJ's mama. I don't know. I love the tandem conversation to close this out. So what say you or y'all? Mama Queen Mama that came on camera, y'all. Look, y'all done brought the mama on camera. Let's go.
Okay, so this is a very layered issue, and a lot of times we cannot solve these things. I'm gonna get off camera now.
Oh,
I just listen to Maxine.
Guys, you gave us 12 seconds.
We can't solve these things overnight. So we have to revisit these conversations.
Yeah.
So I have a couple of things I'll probably say for next time, but you definitely just leaned on one of the things that I wanted to mention was that it takes a village. This is not something that we can put on just the teachers, just the government, just the parent, just the whoever. There is that sense of going back to our own culture, because who said it? Black culture is different. I said, oh, that's some inspiration for me to have some work to do with that later, because it is what we need. With dealing with parents and work schedules, and a lot of times a lot of us in our community have not understood that a lot of us are operating in survival mode.
Yep.
And it's not a space where we even have the opportunity to sit and relish and be aware of or in touch with even our own bodies, let alone our own minds, let alone helping someone else out or things of that nature. It's hard for us. When we're dealing with the schools, the student handbooks, I'm telling y'all, I've always read them because I've had to do them since I was a teen. Everybody's talking about working with children. I've been doing this since I was a teen myself, even within churches, helping with homework help programs and things like that we've had. And the handbooks, they're scary if you actually read it word for word, line for line. You have rights being stripped away from us right underneath our noses, and a lot of us don't even realize it. The current public school system doesn't allow for the amount of differentiation we need with our students, especially in the urban areas with the larger and larger and larger classroom sizes year after year. You can't do it. The students are being bombarded themselves with their own education, the stress and the mental health, and they internalize what we are going through even as adults more than some people think that they do. I had a therapist ask me, hey, when do you all start teaching your children about the harsh realities of the history and the things that are going on in this country? I said, what do you mean? Because they're there. They see it. They've interacted. The viral video that was going around with the mom and how she was acting at the park. Ma'am, we have to start teaching our children when they're little, when they're 1, 9 months old, they might not understand, but your child does take that energy. If mom is crying or dad is upset and things of that nature, they feel those things. So then we have to go in the book bans. I tell my children every time I see a banned book, I want it just because it's a banned book. Our Black books, I do not play in my household. Our library, I don't care about the rest of them books. They nice to have. But our own home library that I want you and my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren to be able to come to, those are our books. And a lot of people don't realize the importance of having those. And then you have to encourage relationships with the grandparents or the elders. I've done that since they were young. Now, it may be because I didn't have it young. Maybe that's it. We'll never know. Everybody does what they want to do. But I encourage them having those relationships with the great-grandparents. And they have those connections that are deeper than the grandparents. And a lot of people don't understand how it is. Someone said it earlier that our parents are the ones who gave us, oh no, one more. Our parents are the ones that gave us these things, and some of the balls that were dropped started in an epidemic that a lot of people don't want to talk about. It's being talked about in that other community with their drugs. But when it comes time to the crack that was dumped in our communities that has taken generation after generation after generation from us, no one's going to admit the tragedy because it would require them to take responsibility and accountability for what happened. And that's giving me a hard time because now, like I was mentioning with our young males, a lot of them are missing dad, granddad, great-granddad, uncle, brother, cousin, nephew. They don't have them. And some of the ones that they do have are lost in the sauce. They are so self-involved that they can't even begin. Again, they're in survival mode. So I understand to an extent. Like she said, post-traumatic slave syndrome, post-traumatic stress syndrome. We have to first be okay with accepting those labels in our communities. And the reason why we're not is because we already know what the labels did with the mental health professionals, all the doctors and physicians playing with us, experimenting. We know that. But the ones that come from us, like I told my grandma, I said, nope, the PTSS one is from us, from our own folk. So if you don't accept any other diagnoses from them, that's their problem. But from our own people, we have to believe in us again. And if we can do that, we got that hope back for a lot of us. But if us adults are walking around with no hope, we can't see the vision, we can't see, what do we think they gonna do? Because they're not playing, they're not accepting some of the things that we used to accept. Some of us are walking around, they say we ignorant, walking around with the "we are not our ancestors" shirts. To some people, it means two different things. For some folks, it means, yeah, you could try me if you want to. I found it a bit disrespectful. I was raised old school. I get it. But for some of them, they means that some of them know that they had some ancestors that sat down and just took it. They are not going to do it under any circumstances. They would rather starve. Okay. The school districts around the country, a lot of people are not paying attention. They are being sued for discrimination against our children. Whether some people like it or not, we need our own schools or we have to homeschool. It's hard. I know. I'm experiencing it. But then now they're trying to put their foot down on that. State after state is trying to adopt stronger or harsher homeschooling regulations, which means they're trying to put us back into their system. They don't want us because they think that we need them. They want us because they want to continue to collect that money. They want to continue to see what we're doing in our own families. They want to control our narratives. They don't want us to make us great. But we have to be able to listen to one another. Just that simple task will help us a lot. And that's why I appreciate these Sunday dinners, because we are able to listen to one another, and we have to get on one accord. We're not going to agree on every fact in some of our arenas. But what is the bottom line? Or what is at the peak of that pyramid that we're trying to achieve? We want to go back up there. And how do we get it? That's it.
I love it. I love it. And she hit the peak of the pyramid. Y'all catch that? I caught it. I caught it. It was good stuff. It was good stuff. Man, listen, we have time, don't time fly? Like, I don't understand how, like, leading up to Sunday dinner today, like, time went slow. Then, like, we got in here, and now all of a sudden we 4 hours and 5 minutes later. Crazy how time flies. And I want y'all to know, y'all mentioned earlier about the young people. And y'all, somebody says Saturday snack. Somebody got SaturdaySnack.com, by the way, but I bought Sunday snacks. So maybe like before Sunday dinner, we could have the Sunday snack, Sunday lunch, something like that. I don't know. I buy domains, y'all. Some people buy shoes, some people tennis shoes and purses or whatever. I buy domains. I don't know. I got 100,000 of it, feel like it. But I just bought it, so, you know, we'll see about that. But I love the presence of Queen AJ here today as a elder Sankofa Club member, right? Like pouring into the adults today. I think she did a fantastic job. And then Mama Queen, AJ, came through and laced the scene. Hopefully they'll get on my podcast calendar so we can interview them and have this conversation out directly. That'll be beautiful, y'all, because we need to hear from young people. And I hate to use the like, oh, she's so articulate, right? Like, I think that's an insult to Black folk, because she's brilliant. So of course she's articulate, right? But I think her candor and yeah, her candor really is really what we appreciate as elders, since we all just lying about ages, right? Because I'm 35 now, so Cassandra, don't do that. Don't do that, Cassandra. Yeah, have a 35-year-old. But right. But you know, but she speaks so well and she's just so insightful. I think it'd be a great conversation because we need to hear from the youth. We need to know. I think a lot of the things about our community is the elders think they know every damn thing. And I'm not saying that you don't know a lot and you ain't got nothing to share, but you don't know every damn thing. And we need to slow down and hear the youth out because they got things to say, because this is also their world. It ain't just yours. They've moved beyond the space of being seen and not heard. Right? We used to do that. And speaking of, in the tone of grandma's house and that conversation in that generation, that's how we saw the young people, right? Be seen, not heard. Let's do that with 4 and 5-year-olds, right? But when they enter 10, 11, 12, maybe we can have some different conversations, but 14, 15, 16, 17, and plus they need to be heard. Not only heard, they need a space in the conversation. Because I love, somebody said it, they got their own language. And if you don't slow down to at least pretend like you interested, they never gonna hear you. Right? And like, I love the conversation about traveling, and you go to another country and you try to speak the language. I don't care what country you're in. If you try to speak the language, they're going to bend over backwards for you. Why don't we see that for our young people? If you try to speak their language, if you try to hear where they're coming from, maybe they bend over backwards, maybe they don't. But I think Queen AJ said it when she said, I like to look at things in percentages. I love to be educated by young people. I love that percentages conversation. A certain percentage ain't gonna hear you no matter what the hell you say, right? They just ain't gonna do it. Some gonna listen, whether you yell and scream at them or whatever. But there's something in the middle that we could calibrate our activities or our engagement, and we can reach them, right? We can be heard. They need to hear us, but we need to hear them. And I think that's one of the things that I'll take away from this discussion. Make it an appetizer. If not snack, make it an appetizer. I love that, Doc. Let me see if I can get that domain. Soon as I click off of here. But I love that, man. This has been great. I think every time the Sankofa Club children come and address us, I think we're gonna do an open mic, right? Because when they get done, I'll be trying to fit y'all into the conversation that I was gonna have. And it don't always work smoothly. And sometimes we got, not even sometimes, all the times, we got stuff on our minds that need to come out. And I definitely want to be that space. Best Sunday ever. I love the dinner. I love that, Sharon. Thank you for that. I'm glad y'all, hopefully y'all, I know y'all enjoyed it, y'all, but y'all was here 4 hours. You got it. If you ain't enjoyed 4 hours of conversation, then hell, I don't know. Maybe my glasses look a little doper than I think they do. But y'all know I'm crazy. Y'all leave me alone. I'm grandma's favorite. She loved me. But I appreciate y'all spending this time with us. 4 hours go fast, man. I promise y'all I planned on 3 hours. I was like,
Want some bread?
yeah, right. I need it all, right? But 3 hours, I'm like, I'm out of here. And then the conversation keep going. It's like, how do I stop it? Right. And that be like my problem. So let me ask one last question. Let me not like a whole question, but just if anybody, if this is your first time and you still here, give me a 1 in the comments. I know the rest of y'all, you listen, we'll be on here for 12 hours, right? Because we enjoy it. But anybody's first time on Sunday dinner, if you still here, give me a 1 in the comments. All right, we got a couple of people. All right, y'all, look at y'all. We've been on here. Look, Tubman, look, 6 hours. They don't know how we do it now. We will be here now. Like this has happened. 1.5. I love that consent. See, like I was here a little bit. A lot of first timers. That's dope. That's dope. I love that. I just want to say y'all crazy. You're crazy for being in a new space for 4 hours with strangers on Zoom at virtual grandma's house, and we love you for it. We love you for it because you're one of us. You're one of us. This is why we're here. This is why we enjoy it. We love it. I say facetiously that you're crazy, right? Hopefully you ain't taking that offensively. But man, you're in a special space and we're gonna grow this thing. We're gonna do this thing. But what I want you to leave here, not only full, virtually full, because hopefully you got some dinner planned, you're gonna actually go eat. But hopefully beyond that, we're gonna take action. We're gonna take action on that, on our selves, the things we talk about. We're gonna take action on ourselves, we're gonna take action in our families, we're gonna take action in our communities, and we're gonna take action in the diaspora, right? Because the only thing that's gonna make something change is us. Right.
Grandma put her foot in this meal.
Grandma. Hey man, she was cooking all day today. She got up this morning. I was like, Grandma, why you up so early? She said we need to cook. It's something special today. So I love that. I love that. But yeah.
Freddie,
yes.
Quickly, this is my son, Needles. They call him Needles. and he's a producer. You know, he produces for some rappers. And we had a conversation about some rappers. So maybe next time we meet, he can respond to some of the comments. He's produced for Bruno Mars. He wrote the song, co-wrote the song, Just the Way You Are, and produced the music. His name is Needles. So next time he can talk about maybe a perspective of a person who produces for the music business.
For sure.
No, I would love to hear that. Nice to meet you, young man. Appreciate you.
Well, you as well.
Okay, then.
I've been
Yeah,
listening.
thank you for that, sister. Y'all, Sister Maxine is special now. I know.
Okay.
You man know that. Thank you, sister.
Okay. Okay.
No, that would be great though, because we need perspectives, all right? Because
Yeah.
we got opinions on what this music is like, you know, but like it's nothing like hearing from the young people. Again, I love this cross-generational conversation. I think it's healing to our community. I think it's special for all of us. And I want to challenge more of us to do this, not just on Sunday dinner, but in your families, right? And like having these conversations and probing the young people. Hey, you heard them today. You just might learn something. You just might learn something from these young people, and maybe they do as well, right? And I know that's your goal. You want to teach them, you want to grow them, but sometimes you got to be quiet and listen to them. So hopefully we got it. Hopefully we all took something away from today, other than a bellyache, too much food, too much loving, and too much care. But this was great. So I hope again, if y'all, I know my first time people, and all of that. Hopefully we ain't running you away. I think 4 hours in, I think you coming back. So we're gonna see y'all next week. But every Sunday, man, every Sunday, like I travel, but I will carve out my time to get this Sunday dinner down. Sister Maxine and I are gonna be in Brazil in September, and I'm gonna do my Sunday. If I can't show up on Sunday dinner, I'm gonna make sure somebody gonna show up. But I plan to be there. I don't care where I'm at in the world. I gotta have this conversation. I love y'all, but I think I might be a little bit selfish. Is that okay to say? Is that okay to say that I love this space? I love grandma. I love everything that going to grandma's house represent on Sundays.
Yeah.
I love every and anybody that's been through. This is why I love this Sunday dinner, because when people say, "Well, what's Sunday dinner?" You ain't one of us. You ain't one of us. I know it immediately because I be trying to like identify exactly what we're doing. But for those of y'all that know, you know exactly what the hell I'm talking about. And it don't need it. So it's easy for me. And this is my last comment, or my last thought is in business is about your target market. Who are you talking to? Right? It's more who are you talking to and less than who is hearing the message, because you actually want to exclude as many people as you can. And so when I start talking about grandma and Sunday dinner and family and connection and collard greens and sweet potato pie and all of those, you know, man, and who brought the potato salad, right? Like, and all of these questions, if you say you don't know what I'm talking about, you ain't one of us. I ain't got to talk to you no more. I know I'm not trying to convince you that you need to show up to Sunday dinner. If this resonates with you, you gonna get it. And that's who I'm talking to. These are people. Maxine can talk, she can speak or understand what I'm saying because they show up on the trips. They show up in Africa. They show up on Sunday dinner. Y'all show up on our meetings, on our everything we do. Our people show up. And that's the community we want to commune with. We want to build with. I ain't trying to make nobody be part of what we doing. If you don't get it, get your ass away from us.
Not
We
just get
building
it.
what we need as a community. We are healing our own damn soul. And I love the conversation about we need our own schools, because we do.
Yes.
Right? So eventually when we get bigger and we start to grow, we're going to start to fund our own needs. Y'all remember I said that, what is this? May 18th. We're going to start funding our own need. When instead of 50 people on Sunday dinner, it's 5,000 or it's 50,000, we're going to start funding our own need, right? But we gotta be able, we're going to go there. But we're the ones waiting for it. We don't need nobody else. The solution lies inside of us, right? And then sometimes somebody got to just challenge you to be great. Somebody got to challenge you to be great. He is I and I am him, right? I ain't got no problem with that. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for spending Sunday dinner with me and Grandma. Hopefully, hey, grab you a piece of sweet potato pie on the way out. And just remember, next Sunday, we're going to do the same damn thing, right? With a little bit of twist. So check out, make sure you watch your emails to get the updates on what the topic is going to be. I'll be switching between now and I think y'all get the emails on Tuesday. I got a list of topics, y'all. So I'll be swapping them out. But give me a day or two and then y'all will see it. But yeah, no, I appreciate y'all. Yeah, we just warming up, y'all. We just But do me a favor and share this space with your friends, your family, your email circles. Let's continue to grow. Let's solve our own problems. And have a great actual dinner at your houses. But I appreciate y'all. Till next time, as I always say, love, peace, and power to the people. Good night, y'all.
God bless.
God bless.
Thank you so much, Freddie. You're terrific.
Thank you.
30 years.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
President Xi Jinping.
Have a blissful week.
Yeah.
Have a blissful week,
Have a great
everyone.
week.
See some faces. I would love to see more faces.
I know. Now, Maxine, we're gonna work on that next time.
Yeah, the beauty. And Cassandra, I saw you. You were really engaged. Cassandra.
Just did too much stuff while we doing the Sunday dinner. We don't
Yeah.
want
had
to
to
be
come on, even though I was late. I had to jump on just to do a family
I
check.
saw you, and your face was shown. Beautiful
You
face.
need to see faces and engage.
You're engaged. You see faces.
Oh, Maxine came on and made people turn the camera on. Maxine, I
Right,
know you on
right.
early.
See, and Maxine, you in Michigan.
We need to see the personalities, the smiles, the reactions, and then it's more intimate.
All right.
We could
I
do
put on makeup for you guys. I put on makeup for you guys.
meetups and join the Sunday dinner too, like wherever you are. So
Uh-huh.
Dr. Kane, I can come over for dinner.
Okay, I'm in Atlanta now, but I live in Lansing, Michigan.
Yeah.
I'm in Farmington Hills, Michigan.
You're kidding.
I got family. I got cousins in Lansing.
Give me the name of one person. Who is cousin?
Susan and Braxton.
What's the last name?
That's the last name.
Oh, Braxton?
In Lansing.
In Lansing.
Coogan, Newells, and Braxton.
Okay. See if they know Maxine and Eugene.
I got family in Atlanta too, so.
Okay.
I love it.
All right, y'all.
I love it. All right, well, we're going to, Sister Maxine, I appreciate that. Next week, I'm going to be insisting that we turning cameras on.
Yeah.
We're going to put that in the emails. We turning cameras on.
I appreciate y'all. Good night, everybody.